Hello. Namaste. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty members, industry experts, and our student community. We are thrilled to have you all here for Epitome 25. This is a celebration of innovation and the spirit of technical excellence. Before moving forward, I would like to inform you that Sri Balkrishna K. Shukla and Dr. Hemang Joshi are on the way and they have requested us to begin the session. Hence, I would like to go forward as planned. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is a vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India. GSV aims to be among the top universities in the world. It is a central university under the Ministry of Railways, Government of India, with a mission to upgrade and sustain high-quality service and operations excellence in transportation, especially railways. We, the students of GSV, are proud to welcome you to the third edition of Epitome, our very own tech fest powered by our platinum sponsor, Deutsche Bahn, and our gold sponsors, Airbus and Alstom. This two-day event is centered around the theme Transport 360, Land, Air, Water, and Beyond, aimed at encouraging innovation and the application of technology across all transportation sectors. In a world that's rapidly evolving, the way we move people and goods across our planet is undergoing a transformation like never before. From advanced land-based transportation systems to innovations in air travel and cutting-edge maritime technologies, this is a topic that encompasses every mode of transport we rely on. But we are not stopping there. Beyond the traditional boundaries of land, air, and water, we are exploring the next frontier of transportation, whether it's through autonomous vehicles, hyperloop technology, or even the possibilities of space travel. This year's theme of Transport 360, Land, Air, Water, and Beyond, is in line with the vision of PM's Gati Shakti Master Plan, which embodies the idea of creating synergies between land, air, and water transport. So, let's buckle up and prepare to explore the cutting-edge technologies and visionary ideas that will shape the future of transport. Now, I would like to request our Vice Chancellor, Sir, to welcome our esteemed guest with a bouquet. I request Shri Davinder Sandhu to come forward. Shri Nataraj KM, Shri Suraj Chetri, Shri Anil Kumar Saini. Please give a huge round of applause. Shri Andreas Forrester. Srimati Jaya Jagdish. Colonel R. Venkatesh. Lieutenant Colonel Parag Agarwal. Lieutenant Colonel Amit Sangwal. Hi. Major Nagendra. Air Vice Marshal Philip Thomas. Major Kishore, Major Pooja, Shri S. Rao Ganapa, and Shri VVS Srinivas. At Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, we are committed to promoting regular academic education, executive education, and skilling to prepare technical manpower in the transportation sector. The lamp lighting ceremony is a powerful reminder of our dedication to these ideals. Hence, I request our Vice Chancellor Sir and our esteemed guest to come forward to light the lamps signifying the commencement of Epitome 2025.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा।
Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to request our esteemed guest, Shri Davinder Sandhu, Shri Suraj Shetri, Shri Anil Kumar Saini, Shri Andreas Forrester, Srimati Jaya Jagdish, Shri Bal Krishna K. Shukla, and Dr. Himang Joshi, along with Vice Chancellor Sir, to take their seats on the dais. I request everyone to come forward. Now, I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, to deliver the welcome address. Please give a huge round of applause for Sir.
Good morning, everyone. It feels so good to have a room full with vibrant students and seasoned industry leaders going to talk about innovation, going to talk about advancement in technologies. I am actually very thrilled to be here and to be talking about Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya briefly, maybe next 15 minutes or so, on what all we are doing. One of the important aspects of such events is not only to celebrate what we have done, but also to plan ahead what we are going to do, and more importantly, what we are going to do together. And therefore, much of my talk will be focused on what we have done, but what we can do more together. Thank you. Good morning. Once again, welcome to all of you. In this third edition of Epitome 2025, we were set up and operationalized on 6 December 2022. Within 4 months, we celebrated our first Epitome. And then in 24, second Epitome, 25, the third Epitome. This is the third annual edition of Epitome. And I want to begin by thanking our sponsors, Platinum sponsor DB, Gold sponsors Airbus and Alstom. With their strong support, today we have put together a 2-day program that consists not only of technical talks from the eminent people that you see, the most eminent people in the country are here, but also a vibrant student community coming together with a lot of competitions, whether they be related to building new models, they be related to simulations or using drones or many of the aspects that they are doing. Therefore, as I mentioned, Epitome 2025 is really an epitome of technology excellence. I am thrilled that today for Epitome 2025 we have Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Sri Jayant Chaudhary ji. He shall join online because he is not able to travel today. We are very honored to have distinguished people as guest of honor. Our Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Hemang Joshi ji, he shall join shortly, and he requested us that, like every professional program, we should begin in time. And therefore, we are beginning even when he is slightly late. Sri Balkrishna Shukla ji is the Chief Whip in the Gujarat Assembly, and they shall join shortly. We are privileged to be having with us, and I want to welcome Sri Devendra Sandhu ji from DB, my good friend Suraj Chhetri ji from Airbus, Anil Kumar Saini ji from Alstom. As you know, Vadodara has a unique distinction of starting the first military transport aircraft assembly and manufacturing operations by any private sector in whole of India. So we have head of C295 final assembly line, Andreas Forrester, with us. You all know AMD as the biggest company, and today's AI revolution AMD is leading. We are indeed privileged to have Jaya Jagdish ji, the head of AMD in India, with us. And I'm also happy to tell that she is also helping in guiding Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya in her capacity as a member of the court of GSV. So we are indeed privileged to have you here with us. In tomorrow, the concluding session, we are going to have the Honorable Minister of Railways, Honorable Minister of State Railways, Sri Ramneet Singh ji, joining online. Then we shall have the Mayor of Vadodara joining us, Honorable Member of Parliament, as well as the Member of the Court of GSV, Dr. Hemang Joshi ji, will also join us. And today, one of the biggest talked about startup in India in the railway sector is Tutor Hyperloop and the E-Plane company, right? This IIT Madras-based startup founded by Professor Satya Chakravarti, the E-Plane company has received an order recently of $1 billion for air ambulances, the latest technology that they are working on. We are privileged to have the creator of Hyperloop and the creator of E-Plane company tomorrow with us, right? That signifies the technological aspects that we are doing. We are very privileged that today in the afternoon, we shall have distinguished leaders. For example, the Managing Director of Dedicated Freight Corridor, Sri Praveen Kumar ji, shall be joining us in the afternoon. The Head of Transport Research Center at University of New South Wales, Sydney, Professor Vinayak Dixit ji, shall be joining us in the afternoon. In this university, we shall be starting NCC soon, and Major General R.S. Godaraji will be with us in the afternoon to talk about national development and role of NCC. We are very, very privileged that we have one of the very important startup operating from ISC and Lab to Market, Sri Ganappaji with us. We have the Director of Indian Railway Institute of Disaster Management, Srinivasji with us. We have Air Vice Marshal Philip Thomas Ji from Indian Air Force. He's the head of HR there with us. Therefore, across industry, across government, across defense forces, we have leading experts with us to guide us, to illuminate us, and to direct us on where we should go forward. Now, next 12 minutes, I'll briefly talk about what we do in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. As our Honorable Prime Minister says, we cannot achieve the 21st century result with the 20th century mindset. That means gone are the days when we worked in isolation or silos. This is 21st century is all about, not only about competition, but about tremendous cooperation. And we have to build synergies if we have to win. And we must win together, not at the cost of one over other. And with that important paradigm, as we all know, in October 2021, PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister to build synergies amongst various departments. 42 departments currently and approximately 14 ministries are working together on the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan to build synergy using technology whenever any new infrastructure development project is happening. This project is of the size of approximately 1.2 trillion US dollar. That is around 30% of our current GDP, and therefore very important. Such a project, along with national logistics policy that puts emphasis on improving logistics efficiency in the country, requires a large number of talented manpower in the specialized sectors of transportation, infrastructure, and logistics. And that is the reason why in the action plan, the quality of top human resources for these sectors has been placed as one of the priority items. And in order to do that, the Parliament of India in 2022 set up the Central University Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. So the name Gati Shakti is not a coincidence. It is not an accident. It is a thought out name that is to imbibe the spirit of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for Infrastructure sector, to imbibe the spirit that PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is all about building synergies and building cooperation so that we work in a coordinated manner for infrastructure development and logistics improvement in the country. At this moment, we have 847 talented students in this university after it was set up a few years back from 22 different states. That is why it is a truly national university. We have 36 passionate faculty members who are on regular cadre. In addition, we are having 4 distinguished visiting professors and supported very well by 50 visiting professors who are mostly from industry, from railways, from nearby IIMs or IITs and so on. At this moment, we are running very relevant programs at bachelor's level, master's level, doctoral level and so on. Our main goal, we are a specialized university for transportation and logistics sector. And we want to follow a demand-driven curriculum, what is needed for our stakeholders. Everything we want to do here, we want to do meaningful and useful work that can be used by our stakeholders. And therefore, vision of our university is innovation-led and industry-driven. We are happy to be driven by industry, and we want that as a mission for us. And we want to be led by innovation in every aspect, and some of the light I will throw very quickly. Therefore, this strategy is followed in everything we do, whether in curriculum design, on who designs the curriculum, where the inputs come from, who teaches the curriculum, how the practical immersion happens, and how do we improve employability quotient for our students. University's logo also symbolizes that we have to cater to all forms of transportation. We are located in Vadodara, and therefore Vadodara, as we know, is the word vraks, and banyan tree, the knowledge of the symbol of knowledge is imbibed into it. A continuous wheel that you see outer side is a wheel of progress depicting momentum, and the Sanskrit sloka in the down means relentless pursuit of excellence, and that is what this university shall do. Today, we may be the only university in the transportation and logistics in India, but we don't want to be happy with that. We want to be the best, not the only one. We want to be the best in India and the world, and that is the goal that which we want to work, and that is why relentless pursuit of excellence is a very important motto for all of us. Honorable President of India is the visitor of the university. We are privileged to have Honorable Railway Minister Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji as the first Chancellor of the university, who is guiding the university very strongly and in a very right direction with the industry inputs, with the technological acumen that he has, and we are moving forward very rapidly, as you can see in the last 26 months after we were set up. We are at this juncture. We have distinguished members in our university's top body called Court, leaders from academia, leaders from government, leaders from industry, and I already highlighted that we have Jaya Jagdish ji as the member of the Court here with us today. We shall have Dr. Hemang Joshi ji, member of the Court, joining us soon. In addition, we have leaders like head of Tata Sons, Chandrasekharan ji as the member, the head of Airbus, Remy Millard ji as the, and leaders, head of L&T, head of Siemens, and we have top leaders guiding us. Recently, we had the first meeting in November, and some important decisions that were taken. Just want to highlight 2 or 3 things. Many times, many people refer Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya as a railway university. But one important aspect that we have to remember is, while we strongly work for railways, we cater to railways, we have to take care of entire transportation sector, including aviation, shipping, roads, highways, defense logistics, and everything. These were the major decisions that we took in the Court. Further, in the technological world driven by AI and IoT and others, and the companies like AMD, Siemens, L&T, we have to work to very strongly towards the revolution that is happening in industrial manufacturing, the revolution that is happening in AI-driven transformation in the transportation sector, and in the aviation sector, and how we have to progress further. We are very well supported by leading experts from industry and academic council, in executive council, in finance committee, and at this moment, we are running schools of technology and schools of management. We are running 4 centers. We have a big focus, unparalleled, I think, for any other university in whole of India. We have a very big focus on executive and continuing education. At this moment, 2.2 crore people are working in the transportation and logistics sector in India, across all forms of transportation and logistics. In the technology-driven world, we have to upskill and reskill them as well to be able to confront the challenges that we are facing, as well as to modernize our operations. And therefore, our executive and continuing education is very, very important for us. Center for Policy to bring the ecosystem together. Center for Infrastructure Project Management, as the projects of 110 lakh crore under PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan are getting implemented. How can we leverage best practices to make sure these projects are completed in time without further cost escalation with the desired quality? And therefore, infrastructure project management is one of the very important paradigms that we have been suggested and advised by the Capacity Building Commission to create. Safety is most important principle in any transportation sector, whether railways or aviation. It is safety first and safety always. And therefore, in order to leverage data-driven approaches for safety sector, we have set up the Center for Transport Safety. And as we move forward in the years, with the inputs from all the people on the dais and present and helping us in the industry and in our governing bodies, we shall create more and more such programs. Our academic programs, currently we have 6 BTech programs, 4 are in rail engineering, 1 is in transport and logistics sector, 1 is in aviation engineering. We also last year in August started academic programs for working professionals, MTechs in intelligent rail transport system, in railway engineering. We are the only university in India to offer a program in metro rail management, MBA in metro rail management. And currently our PhD program has around 20 officers from different organizations, including Indian Railways, Indian Army, private sector, including Alstom, including Placer India, and so on. And that is a very, very important program, and we want to do more for the industry by having these kind of programs. In the spirit of growing India, we are starting several new programs for August this year, like MTech in bridge and tunnel engineering, very important for our infrastructure sector, MTech in roads and highway engineering, MBA in aviation operations and management, MBA for defense personnel, Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, for logistics and supply chain management, where we shall admit a pre-decided number of dedicated personnel from these three defense forces. And for all railway officers who are joining Indian Railways, their entire probation period shall be conducted or designed by Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Much part will happen there, here, much will happen in the field. And after 2-year probation period, we shall confer upon them an MBA degree in Railway Technology and Operations. So these are the new programs we are starting now. Because we cater to the entire transportation and logistics sector, I must tell that our dreams have to be audacious, because truly sky is the limit. Whether land or air or sea, any forms of transporting people, goods or services is our mandate. And therefore, we have to very, very strongly work with this. I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Hemang Joshi ji. Our Honorable Member of Parliament. And as I highlighted, he is a distinguished member of the court. Thanks to Dr. Hemang ji, and based on your suggestion, we have started the program. And I'm just introducing the university to all of them. At this moment, out of 847 students, we have 127 female members, and we believe that is very less. Right? To be more inclusive, we have to take steps. Adi abadi, adha haq. And we have to move in that direction. So at this moment, we have done what IITs have done, that is to make provision for supernumerary seats and giving admissions. But we also want to make sure our university is socially inclusive. So 20% of our university's students, we provide financial assistance from our own funds. So 20% of the students, we ourselves take care of the meritorious and needy students. In addition to that, I am very, very happy to tell that corporates have come forward in a very long way, unparalleled in the history of any academic institution in India. At this moment today, 64 of our students are fully supported for entire 4-year of program, including tuition fees, including hostel fees by corporates. And leading the pack is Airbus. I want to compliment Airbus and Suraj ji, the head of HR here. 40 of our students fully supported by Airbus for entire 4-year of program, including their internships and everything, assigning a mentor and a coach them. Siemens is doing for all female students of the university which are below a certain income level. Chetak Foundation is supporting. Recently, Placer India announced support for 10 students. And this list is increasing. We are in the pipeline now to end discussion with Alstom, Central Warehousing Corporation, to do this more. Internal goal, nobody has told us. Our internal goal is that we want 50% of our students to be supported financially so that brightest of the students across India should take admission here without worrying about their financial capability to study in such an organization or not. And that is our goal, and that is why we want to move forward. I'm very happy to tell that few days back, we have received a letter from Central Warehousing Corporation announcing that 20 more students shall be supported for full program by them. And we are increasing this list. Unlike any engineering college in the university, our students undergo summer internship after every year of study in industry, in railway organizations, and I request to all the industry members present here to give more opportunities to our students for internships. Apart from internships, we send our students proactively to various industry forums so that they see real industry pulse firsthand. And many of such events students are attending. Not all can go everywhere. Maybe 4 or 5 go to one event, 5 or 6 go to other event. We try to provide more opportunities. In terms of placements, last year, despite being a new industry, we had 80.57% placement. In 2025 batch, we are progressing very well. And I request more proactive support from the industry and the members present here, from Deutsche Bahn, from Alstom, from Airbus, from AMD, and all people who are present here, on to support these bright students for their first job. I can assure you that with the training they receive here, if they get an opportunity, they shall outperform compared to any other student, and you have to give them first opportunity. If they get first opportunity, they will prove them worthy, and they shall be the future leaders in the transportation and logistics sector. We had a convocation, and we were very happy to have Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat as the chief guest. And Honorable MP Hemang Joshi ji as the guest of honor. It was a very important event. On this occasion, in the presence of our Chancellor, Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat announced that he is provisioning for additional 78 acres of land for the expansion of this university as an additional campus. I talked about 847 students, the regular students who are studying in the campus, but our mandate is much bigger in executive training. Just a glimpse of that. We are responsible for training of all railway officers, all railway probationers. Recently, in the month of March itself, we concluded the training program for 97 probationers officers who are selected into Indian Railway Management Service by UPSC exam. We recently concluded this. We earlier concluded few batches for the management development program for them. On specific topics like rail grinding technology, we trained recently 197 officers, senior officers of railways into specific training technological aspects of this. Steel bridges, steel girder bridges are very, very important. Recently, we conducted a training program for 2 weeks wherein officers from railways, from railway public sector units, we also extended invitation to National Highway Authority of India. Our Honorable MP also requested to Vadodara Municipal Corporation, and so we shall conduct many such programs. Now we will have not only short-term programs, but also MTech program and research into this area. Similarly, for entire state of Gujarat, Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board, in last month alone, we conducted training program and trained 106 officers who came here on the PM Gati Shakti plan, on how to do logistics planning in the cities. City logistics plan preparation is something that we completed. All these officers are from various departments, from Forest Ministry, from Health and Welfare, from Land and Revenue. Across departments, we are training officers of the Gujarat state, our commitment to the state of Gujarat. Further, through an agreement that we signed with all the defense forces, in the month of February itself, these are all recent developments, 20 officers from Indian Air Force visited here, including 4 group captains, 12 wing commanders, and we had 2 air vice marshals joining us. And we conducted the first program for them on supply chain science. And now we are going to regularize this kind of a program. In the month of April, we will have first program for Indian Army and for Indian Navy, and that is how we are moving forward. And we did not stop here. Within 2 years, we have already gone international. In the month of January and February, we conducted 2 programs for international participants. These programs were advised and suggested by Ministry of External Affairs. On logistics and supply chain management, in first program, we had 18 people from 11 nations who came here. In the second program, we had 21 participants from 14 nations that came here, and we trained them on urban mobility. I'm happy to announce that in next week, 24th March onwards, 2 international programs next week are happening with close to 80 or 90 officers coming from approximately 30 countries. And we are training them on infrastructure, public-private partnership. Therefore, we may be new, but this newness is giving us a lot of energy. The youthful energy that this campus has, the new thought, the new ideas that we have, we are implementing them very fast. And we have gone international very soon. In aviation sector, apart from railways, we started and conducted our first program in safety management system, wherein 31 officers, including 15 from Indigo and from different airlines, including 4 from Nepal Airlines, 4 from Bhutan Airlines, they all came and we trained them. We conducted another program in flight operations engineering for the aviation sector, and now we are expanding that. We have planned several programs and want to make a calendar, annual calendar for all the 3 defense forces, for Gujarat officers, for civil services officers, for railways officers, for international participants, and so on. Right? And want to do more for the private sector based on the need. So these 2 programs we are doing. Ministry of Commerce and Industry made us the nodal agency across whole of India to train all the civil services officers in India on the PM Gati Shakti tool and the National Logistics Policy, through which we have prepared already 15-hour course material with BISEG, that is a Gandhinagar-based important organization, and this program was launched by Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji on 3rd of January. Goal is 50,000 civil services officers across India at the district level, subdivision level, division level will be trained by this program. We shall conduct many train the trainers workshop over the years and make sure that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is a partner as our country aspires to become Viksit Bharat by 2047 in all aspects of infrastructure development. There are many components of Gati Shakti program. I am not getting into details. For aviation sector, railways, I told, all training program for railways in technical aspects, we shall conduct, and also probationers, we shall conduct. We have an official mandate. For aviation sector, now we have planned 26 training programs for the entire next year. With inputs from aviation sector, from Airbus, from Air India, from Indigo, from HAL. Yesterday I met the director of airport, Vadodara Airport. He also requested they want to be part and want several programs for their sector. So we have many possibilities for this sector. We already have a request from Container Corporation to train their officers. We already have a request from Steel Authority of India to train their officers. And we are getting more and more requests. Therefore, our commitment and contribution as India develops into Viksit Bharat is going to be phenomenal. And I am really enthused at the tremendous opportunity we have. As India transforms, we have an opportunity to transform it through the transportation and logistics sector. We have several MOUs because industry-driven approach, industry has come together with us. And these MOUs are not merely signed. We have acted on each of them. We did not sign MOU just because we want to sign, but we made a strategy and approach for each of the sector. We want to develop the entire ecosystem in whole of India. For railway sector, for example, what all we want to do, we have already listed, through which we have moved forward. Placer, one of the biggest company currently working in India, is an Austria-based company. In railway track technology and maintenance, one big company already working strongly with us. Siemens, another infrastructure big company. Japan Transport and Tourism Research Institute and International High-Speed Rail Association for our bullet train project. Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, the first metro that operated in India, and currently we have 23 cities that have metro, and it's expanding very fast. And it is expected, by the way, that Delhi Metro, when this year's phase is complete by the end of December 2025, Delhi Metro size will be much bigger than New York Metro. It will be the largest metro in whole of the world. And that is the way India is growing. So with Delhi Metro, we have already started program so that all other city metros like Pune Metro, Bangalore Metro can benefit. Several programs are running in metro rail technology. With Nippon Koi, with Konkan Railways, specific railways in a geographical region, with Jacobs, US Semiconductor and Railways companies, with Monash University of Australia, which has a dedicated and premier center, Institute of Railway Technology. Now we shall offer many programs, executive training program in cooperation with that. That is our internationalization that is happening. In aviation sector, the kind of programs I listed, 26 new training programs, BTech program, MBA program. We already have the biggest tie-up with Airbus, and I'm very, very happy and thrilled always to talk about Airbus partnership. They are supporting not only the students, they are setting up the Center of Excellence for SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, here in Gati Shakti Viswavidyalaya. They are sponsoring a chair professor here in Gati Shakti Viswavidyalaya. I'm thankful to Airbus for all the support, Surajji. And we are building an ecosystem. In the few weeks to come, we shall have more partnership with HAL, Air India, Indigo, and now we shall talk more with Tata Advanced Systems to create this partnership. Further, in logistics sector, we are already running joint programs with Indian Maritime University for maritime and shipping sector, and we shall expand this. We do not have to do everything by everybody. Therefore, Maritime University is focusing more on the maritime, shipping, dredging, those kind of aspects. We are focusing more on the digitalization side of it. We have to have unique missions so that we can complement each other and the way we want to move forward. Through DPIIT, I already talked about 50,000 officers training we have to do. Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board is our commitment to the state of Gujarat. Container Corporation, very, very important for logistics sector. Dedicated freight corridor. In the afternoon, we shall have the MD here. They are our biggest recruiter last year. They hired 15 people from here. Dedicated freight corridor is very important in India, and Vadodara is very important because Vadodara as a city is not only a junction, it is also on the our first bullet train project route, most important part. It is also on the dedicated freight corridor route. It is also becoming important in aviation sector. It is also becoming important in the C295 in this facility. So Vadodara as a city is very important. And I always say our young dynamic MP, not only has a great role, he has a great vision to play and is working very strongly to develop the Vadodara city. And our contribution from Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to help develop Vadodara city, we shall not leave any stone unturned. We have to work with him to make sure that Vadodara develops very strongly. With Indian Army, with Indian Air Force, with Indian Navy, these partnership is signed at the Honorable Raksha Mantri's CDS and chiefs of the staff's level, and we have to make sure we are already taking steps and we have to do more here. We shall not only teach them, we have an opportunity to learn from them. In defense forces, wars are won and lost because of logistics. They are very, very strong in logistics on how weaponry reaches the right places or how food and civil supplies reaches the right places, and how can we work together to modernize the entire logistics system of the defense sector is a great opportunity for our researchers based on their new use cases. When they come here, we learn from them and we work together. So great opportunity for all of us, an unparalleled opportunity in India. Further, with Karmyogi Bharat, with Nokia, this is very important. I want to highlight our students not only study in the classrooms, taught not only by our faculty members, but also by experts from railway and industry. But more than that, we have gone one step further. With Nokia, we launched Nokia Bell Labs 5G certification program. Before our students pass the final year, they are industry certified by Nokia Bell Labs in 5G ready. Currently, 40 of our students have already been certified by Nokia Bell Labs. As you know, Bell Lab is the pioneer in the telecom sector. And this is one of the very distinguishing factors for our students. And we have tie-up with large number of professional organizations. I am not going to highlight. We alone cannot do everything. Therefore, we have tied up with neighboring top institutes like IIM Mumbai, IITs, and BITS Pilani, and so on. Again, I am skipping. Within 2 years, we have filed 9 patents to demonstrate the innovation-led side. Many of them are on sustainability side. We have been recognized by Economic Times for excellence in industry-academia collaboration. Earlier in this month, one of our faculty member, Dr. Chintala, received the award from Honorable President of India, the only person in India to receive an award in the category of new technology development. It's a matter of great pride that a top faculty member from a new university can achieve so much in such a short time, in inspiration to all of us. Further, earlier this week, we received award from Economic Times ET Government Digitech Award for our efforts in sustainability side. So we are progressing very rapidly. Our physical infrastructure, thanks to the Ministry of Railways, currently we are able to operate in the entire campus. This is from 31st March afterwards. On 1st April, we have to maintain and manage entire campus. We have many things to upgrade, and that is what we shall do now. We are preparing additional facility in the campus. In the July of 2026, many new facilities in the campus shall look like this, with 1,258 additional hostel beds, with 60 laboratories, with 24 classrooms, with a modern auditorium of 524-seater capacity compared to this 201, which is maybe 60 years old. And therefore, we are progressing. Gujarat government has already written officially to us for the next steps in the process for the handover of the land that I talked about, 12 kilometers from here. And we are in the process to do that. We shall prepare a master plan and prepare additional top facilities to become a world-class university. In summary, my last slide, and I strongly believe that a world-class university that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya must aspire and must become, and that is our Honorable Prime Minister's dream and wish. Exactly 1 week back, we had a very senior officer directed by Honorable PM. He visited here, Additional Secretary to PM in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. And he conveyed Honorable PM's message that GSV has only one goal, and that is to be the world's best. No resources, no issue, nothing shall come in the way. We have to have audacious dreams. We have to have best action plan. We have to already think that we are best. No compromises. We cannot be ordinary. We cannot afford to be ordinary. Therefore, a world-class university like GSV, it cannot exist, it should not exist only in the classrooms, only in the laboratory, only in the places where we work. But our students, apart from being great engineers, great managers, our faculty members, not only the great teachers and great researchers, but together GSV need to make profound contributions to the society, to the city of Vadodara, to Gujarat, to Bharat, and leave our imprint on the entire universe. Thank you once again. I'm very happy to talk about university's progress. And I hope you could feel the pride in me. And this pride has come because all the people in GSV, faculty, staff, students, all the administrative people have worked tirelessly in last 24, 25 months to bring Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to this level only within a period of 24, 25 months. Thank you once again. It is all because of you. It is because of you today I am able to talk with pride. Today when Honorable Chancellor and Rail Mantri ji talks in Parliament about Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, it is because of your work he is able to talk with a lot of pride. And therefore, we have to ensure always that our achievements are commensurate with the expectations set by our Honorable Prime Minister, by Parliament of India, which reflects the will of 140 crore Bharatiyas. So we have to make sure we live up to those expectations. Jai Hind and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. I would now request our Vice Chancellor, sir, to honor our guest of honor, Dr. Hemang Joshi. It is my honor to introduce Shri Davinder Sandhu, Senior Advisor at Deutsche Bahn Engineering and Consulting. With 35 years of expertise across government, World Bank and private sector, he had led major projects in transport operations, disaster resilience and social sector development. He has held key leadership roles including Sector Director at Prime Minister's Office, India's representative at World Bank Executive Board, and Head of Network Operations at Indian Railways. His deep understanding of policy making, regulatory frameworks, and public-private partnership has shaped large-scale infrastructure transformation in India and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Davinder Sandhu as he shares his insights.
Good morning, namaskar. Thank you so much for the kind words. Sometimes when one is on stage, it becomes difficult to know whether one is being talked about or somebody else is being talked about, but thank you so much for the kind words. Dignitaries on the dais, the Honorable Member of Parliament from Vadodara, Joshi ji, my good friend and the respected Vice Chancellor, Manoj ji, stalwarts of industry, sitting on the dais in front of you, supporters of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, the Prime Minister's vision, and a very important part of the future of India that all of you, faculty, young people, industry, policy leaders are leading. It is my humble privilege to be amongst you today. I'm reminded of the year 1988, when I came as a young civil service probationer after my Missouri training as part of the civil service batch of 87 and completed my foundation course, orientation course here with a ceremony held in this very hall. As Manoj ji said, this is more than 60 years old. So it's very privileged and a pleasurable feeling for me to be back in the campus again. I've been here earlier, but not after Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya was established. I've come here to the erstwhile Railway Staff College and then the National Academy of Indian Railways. But thank you so much for having me today. You all know Deutsche Bahn, one of the stalwart railways of the world, but beyond railways, a logistics and transport exercise being very well managed in 130 countries across the world. More than 3 lakh people work together, not just for Deutsche Bahn, but The work is for the people of those 130 countries, making sure that transport, logistics, and mobility moves forward. We are very privileged and proud again to be part of the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya movement. As you know, we are part of the curriculum training. We are working with a number of faculty to set up labs. We are now acting on the Honorable Chancellor and Minister of Railways direction after he visited Deutsche Bahn at Stuttgart, where he has talked of preventive maintenance. And we are working with the Honorable Vice Chancellor and the faculty to see how we can put in place a lab for preventive maintenance. Because if safety is an important factor, then it should advance beyond breakdown. It has to come to preventive and ensure that breakdowns don't happen. And I think that's our endeavor as we work shoulder to shoulder with the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Also very happy that a number of your alumni are our colleagues at DB Echo in India. Also very happy to inform you that DB Echo in India is the brain of a number of Deutsche Bahn applications worldwide. And the kind of work that is being done here in finding engineering solutions by my colleagues Milind and I see Nataraj in the audience, in pushing forward Indian capacity and the understanding that India has deep skills that can be leveraged by the world for a number of advancements in transport and logistics. As young students, I would request you to be one thing in your mind, because the mind is where everything starts. As they say, there's a Sanskrit saying, but I don't remember the Sanskrit, but thoughts become words, and words become action. And it's important for you to remain nimble. The world around you is changing very quickly. If you look at the market of people loosely call transport, but nowadays it's correctly called mobility. The kind of changes that are happening there in technology, in management, and how various streams of technology development are coming together to produce mobility, there is a need for all of you to remain very nimble. Whatever you learn here in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya will be very important as a launch pad. But one important takeaway that you must take out of this institute is the need to change, and change frequently. So please also make sure that all the time you're learning new things, and at times unlearning old things. And don't minimize this challenge, because in my life I have seen it is easy to learn. The most difficult thing is to unlearn, because what we know, but then how to move beyond that is the most important part. Hydrogen, methane, the whole electric part, the changing of the battery technology itself in the last 5 years. We don't know whether lithium will be important or not 10 years from now. What kind of other cell chemistries will be coming. IIT Chennai, for example, which is also doing the Hyperloop part, is also the Indian nominated place for battery cell chemistry. So things are changing very quickly. So this is my humble submission to all of you young people here. Go out with a mindset of nimbleness and moving forward and accepting the change as it happens, and then contributing within that change. It's important for us to engage, because the kind of coordination of acts that has to come together to produce mobility is very important. If you see what is mobility, you can't touch it. And every moment that it is not happening is a moment lost. Let me tell you that supposing you are wanting to catch a train, and the train is 5 minutes late, that 5 minutes can never be caught. It is permanently lost to you, to the country, to the work that you would have done after going there. So see the importance of this entity, mobility, which we cannot touch. But it is something that is so real, it affects our lives. And a lot of things come together for that. And how important it is, again, I submit to all of you young students. And also happy to inform this to Manoj and the Honorable Member of Parliament, Joshi ji, on stage. And I see some of our Defense Forces officers in the audience, and thank you for your service, sir. So there was a conversation about, the railway development, and I'm talking of the year 2008. At that time, I was in the Prime Minister's office before I went to the World Bank. And I was trying to emphasize the importance that when we are talking of the development, we have to consider and factor everybody. And an example that really stuck in everybody's mind, there was a full cabinet that I was briefing at that point of time, that what was, if you can list the defining characteristics that had been identified for India's main battle tank, Vijayanta. What were those 10 characteristics? There were some characteristics that related to the weight, the movement, etc. Weight being important for bridges, etc., over which it would go. But one of the defining characteristics was the standard moving dimensions of Indian railways. Because a tank that the Indian railways cannot carry is of no use to the army. If I have to deploy a tank from the eastern to the western borders or vice versa or anywhere, and I need to move that in 36 hours because of a national security emergency, if the railways cannot carry that tank, it is no use. So please understand that what you are learning, what you are going to do, is going to be of fundamental importance to the country. You may not be aware how it is affecting, but it is critical to the country. You are part of the basic infrastructure of this country. If we make an infrastructure that is suboptimal to some important activity, we would have created a disabler for 30 years, because that is the kind of life cycles in which infrastructure assets create. So understand your importance. You are very, very important. Your training, the way you will go ahead and work is very, very important. It will affect fundamental parts of this country. Mobility, for example, this continental-sized country. Can you hold elections in this country without mobility? No. Can you have public distribution in this country? No. Have you ever heard of food shortages ever in the last 30, 40 years? It is because of all the wonderful work that mobility, transport, railways, roadways, airways, everybody has come together to create this India as a mobility paradigm. You never heard of shortages anymore. There's no shortage of cement. And I can tell you, when I was in college, and I'm talking of early 80s when I went to college after my school. One used to hear, aaj cement nahi hai, wo fertilizer nahi hai. Sometimes there used to be shortage of petrol at petrol pumps. You never heard of those things. It is all because of the fabulous work that people have been doing in this country. So understand the importance of what you're doing. If you don't do your work well, there will be shortages, there will be losses, and there will be suboptimal costs that the country will bear. So I want to emphasize this to you from my learning. You are very, very important. The work that this institution is doing is fabulously important for this country. It is critical. So see yourself from that perspective. One important part that I would also like to mention, two things that I want to take away from my friend, the Honorable Vice Chancellor's intervention to you is, it's fabulous to hear that we are not talking of a closed mind of only one mode. We are not talking of railways, we are not talking of roadways, but we're talking of bringing everything together. And that is the way forward. Because I want to move from point A to point B, and I want to do it in a most efficient manner. It is immaterial to me whether I go by a rail or a road or a plane or a train or an inland waterway or whatever. But when you plan it out, you will plan it out in a manner in which it is safe, it is affordable, it is accessible, and it works for the country. And you will bring along a multimodal aspect. For example, you want to catch an aircraft, you want to catch a flight. You can't catch a flight if the moment you step out of your hostel here, the passenger pathway or the pedestrian pathway is not well planned. You could fall and hurt yourself. Or if the road is not properly made. Or if the public transport or other modes are not taking you to the airport. So everything is linked together. In your mind framework, see how things are linked together. And let me give you again a practical example of how things that we do not even understand sometimes get linked together. I was the head of network operations in Indian Railways for 5 years in Delhi. Kargil war, Odisha cyclone, Rajasthan drought, all kind of things were handled, and it was, a great mind opener for me. But let me give you one small example of what happened. One of my highest revenue earning traffics was financial instruments like checks and FDs being carried between major financial centers. And Delhi and Mumbai and Calcutta, etc., were very important. I had the asset that could deliver a check that started in the night from Delhi in Mumbai in the morning, and that was the Rajdhani Express. So what is called the SLRs or the compartments that carry parcels were a sought after commodity by the Blue Darts and FedExes who had just come into India at that point of time. My highest revenue earning asset was that. But you know what happened to that asset? It vanished in 6 months. Why? Because Sprint RPG set up facsimile in India. So now the banks did not need the railways to carry the physical checks. They could send it by fax. I'm illustrating this to our young colleagues here from the university to understand that I had never imagined that telecom could be a competitor to railways, but it was. This is how interconnected the whole issue of communication is. Before COVID, we never had VCs. Today, VCs have taken away a huge amount of physical traffic. It's the normal thing to do. It's the normal thing for the chancellor to say that, okay, I've got some work in Delhi, I'll come on VC, and nobody takes this as a kind of an aberration. Therefore, mobility and communication, open your minds. It's all a different game that's happening here. And that is what I want to request to all of you as we move forward, that this is a fabulous country. We leapfrog. We have leapfrogged the entire communication revolution by not putting any copper in the ground anymore. We went straight to the mobile and became the largest data consuming, largest mobile consuming country in the world like this. This is how we adopt. That's because we are nimble to change. So please adopt that mindset. We as a country need it. We've got 30, 40 years of progress to go. The Prime Minister is setting more and more aspirational targets in our mind. We are all very aspirational people. Therefore, this is what I want to request to you, that please be nimble and understand the fact that everything is connected and you will take forward India with that perspective in your mind. And finally, again, a takeaway from what Manoj ji just said. Learn from everybody who comes here. Even people who come here for being trained by you, the industry professionals who are coming to be trained by you, are bringing fabulous thoughts of applied theory, and they are sharing that with you. So any teaching and or learning is a two-way process. Everybody you meet, keep your mind open and keep on learning all the time. That's very, very important, and I'm very happy that your Vice Chancellor has mentioned that. Everybody you meet, mind open and keep yourself learning. At DB, we are committed to you, and we will continue to work with you because we believe in the work that you're doing, in the mission that you have, and we will bring the best of global DB to you to understand what we are doing, also learn from you at the same time, and take that forward. For example, I can tell you, for the information of the Honorable Member of Parliament, DBIO, for example, is now doing our operations and maintenance for India's first regional rapid transit, that is NCRTC between Delhi and Meerut. But we've also learned, because NCRTC is the first implementation of ETCS2 on LTE. It's never happened in the world. So NCRTC has taken a fabulous thing from which we have learned. We are also, sharing our experiences, but it's a two-way process that we want to go forward. So we are committed. We are absolutely committed to the vision that you have, and we'll keep on working with you to take that forward. And thank you again for bringing back to an institution which is an alma mater for me. I have learned a lot from this institute. This city, I love this city, by the way. I was here for a year and a half. And, the vibe of this city is so wonderful. I mean, fabulous to be back here again. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be here.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts. Your expertise and global experience have given us so much to reflect on. Now, it's time for a moment of vision and inspiration, as we have our next speaker, Shri Surat Chetri, an experienced leader with over more than 3 decades of experience across multinational giants like Bata, Porsche, General Motor, Textron, and Airbus. He's currently serving as Vice President and Head of HR India and South Asia at Airbus. He has been instrumental in shaping strategic transformations, talent development, and operational excellence across the region. He has worked extensively across Europe, USA, and Asia, bringing cultural sensitivity and empathetic leadership to the workplace. His contributions have earned him numerous accolades, including Most Iconic HR Leader 2024. Beyond his corporate journey, he's a mentor, speaker, and HR advisor, actively shaping the future of talent and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Shri Suraj Chetri.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here, and as I hear myself being introduced, I just wanted to remind you that I am an ordinary person working in an extraordinary company and an amazing country that we can all be proud of, especially at this time. And I think, Sainiji, what you were saying echoes with me a lot about learning, because I always say one thing, that the only digital gawar of the 21st century would be someone who thinks that he doesn't have to learn at all. I think learning will follow you till the grave, or you will die early not learning. So, respected Member of Parliament, Dr. Hemant Joshi ji, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor ji, of course, Anil Kumar Saini, Managing Director, Alstom, Sandhu ji, Senior Advisor to Deutsche Bahn Engineering and Consulting, Madam Jaya Jagdish, Country Head AMD, and my friend Andreas Foster. Herzlich willkommen. All the respected dignitaries of the dais, HODs, professors, personnel from the armed forces, ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a thrilling time that we are witnessing today in the whole country. And I can tell you it is for Airbus. India is not only going to become a major aerospace market, but it will also become a critical industrial base for the whole world moving forward. Airbus has a strategic plan in India, and we are proud to tell you that we are executing everything that we've spoken about, that we've discussed with the Honorable Prime Minister and the other government dignitaries. And you know, Airbus is developing not only for itself, but it's developing a holistic aviation and aerospace ecosystem in the country across all the domains of assembly, manufacturing, engineering, innovation, digital, and training. And today, I wanted to talk about a few of those aspects. Make in India. Our pace of growth in India for the last few years has been unprecedented. Today, we are looking at assembling 2 aircrafts, one the C295 in this prestigious city of Vadodara, sir, and the second one would be a FAL for the helicopter, what we call H125, which I can't disclose where because it's not been officially announced. Of course, for your information, these would be the 2 first final assembly lines in private aerospace that the country will see in the future. For us, supplier manufacturing is turned a new page from being about $500 million in 2019. Today, we closed the last year tripling our revenues from India, close to about $1.4 billion. And not only the revenue, but also we've increased the level of complexity of the manufacturing areas from India itself. Today, we manufacture components which are complex, like the 320neo cargo doors with the Tatas, the 320, 330 flap track beams with Dynamatics, and the 220 doors also with Dynamatics. We are supporting HAL to develop their civil MRO capabilities. We also have a helicopter MRO facilities with Indimar in Nagpur. And not only that, not only are we making in India, but we are also designing in India, where from the center in Bangalore, where we had about 1,000 employees 2019, today we have above 3,600 employees doing high-end engineering work and helping not only our customers here in India, but also our global programs. We not only make in India, we not only design in India, but we also innovate in India. With the launch of the Innovation Center in February 2023, the focus of which is going to be decarbonization technologies, AI, and industrial automation are three key areas that we will focus on. For every Airbus commercial helicopter or aircraft produced, today we can very proudly say that parts, components, and technologies designed, manufactured, and maintained in India. So every helicopter or commercial aircraft that we make has a part of Make in India in it today. We also train in India. For the general growth of any economy, I don't have to tell you the key ingredient or the key focus is human talent. And I think in our efforts to holistically develop the aviation ecosystem, we are deeply invested and nurturing campus talent, equipping them with the right skills, which is at the core of our technology, and rightfully so. It should be at the core of every technology. Someone wise just recently said, it's not all about AI, but AI plus HI, human intelligence, is equal to ROI, return on investment. And what we are doing is we are working with leading universities and engineering schools to build a steady ecosystem of quality professionals, not only for ourselves, but for the entire aerospace ecosystem. We have developed path-breaking partnerships with academia, together with the IITs, not forgetting the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Tata Strive. We are designing academic curricula, developing R&D centers, creating aerospace chairs, investing in skill centers, and offering scholarships. Training is one of our key focuses, and we are the only OEM in India to operate both pilot and maintenance training centers in India. We have established 2 pilot training centers, one along with Air India with 10 simulators bays in Gurgaon, and the other one with a 4 simulator bay in our headquarters for India and South Asia, which is at the airport T3 in Delhi. And this would train 800 pilots and about 200 technicians every year. And of course, we are also working on maintenance training with GMR. In summary, we have grown more than threefold in our headcount. We've grown more than threefold in what we do in manufacturing in India. We are not building one, but we are building 2 final assembly lines. And we've invested in 2 training centers with an overall capacity of 14 full flight simulators. We've invested into our new office in Delhi. We will move into a new facility of 15 floors in Bangalore. And that is what makes me proud of what Airbus is doing in India. And I'm pleased to once again repeat that we make in India, we design in India, we innovate in India, and we also train in India. And we are very privileged to be a strong partner in India's fantastic growth in commercial aviation and aerospace. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to invest in developing skills, competencies, manpower in India, and we look to the government of India and the various state governments to support us and guide us in this endeavor that we have promised to take for the Indian aviation ecosystem. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom and expertise. It is our privilege to introduce a distinguished industry leader, Shri Anil Kumar Saini from Alstom. He is an alumnus of IIT Roorkee and Harvard Business School and a fellow of IET UK. He has attended leadership programs at INSEAD and Harvard and has also been a part of several UITP committees. With over 32 years of experience in rail transportation, he began his career with Indian Railways and later contributed to the Delhi Metro Phase 1 project. He then served as the Chief Operating Officer at L&T Hyderabad Metro for a decade, focusing on project development and operations. Currently, Sir leads the rolling stock portfolio at Alstom India as the Managing Director for the past 4 years, driving localization and product standardization under the Make in India initiative. Please join me in welcoming Shri Anil Kumar Saini.
Thank you very much for the kind words. Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Joshi ji, Professor Chaudhary, what should I say? Because I was really impressed by your inspiring speech, what you gave, the achievement of the GSV. So I would say the brain behind the pioneering work GSV is doing. My fellow panelists here on the dais, dignitaries, industry leaders, students, professors. It's my honor to be here with you today on the Epitome 25. I heard a lot about the GSV, but today, by listening to Professor Chaudhary, I was really impressed the work done by the GSV. The vision, the very vision itself, is innovation-driven, industry-led. I think the collaborations are what you have really focused, which probably we had scope to improve. I think you brought in here the industry, academia collaboration. And that's the way to go in future. I really wish you all the best for this festival, the fest, the Tech Fest, the festival dedicated to innovation, the festival dedicated to excellence. And I can assure you that in Alstom, we'll really take this partnership ahead from here onwards to partner with you in terms of how we can jointly work with mutual sharing of the knowledge, what you have and what Alstom has. A bit about Alstom, I will not bore you long. Its huge presence in India started in 1968 with a very small factory in Coimbatore with 10 people. Today we have 12,000 strong workforce in India. We are creating a factory for the world in India, I would say. The rail factory for the world. Today we export engineering from India. 75% of our engineers work for the projects outside. Trainee design in Bangalore or Hyderabad or Vadodara, where we have engineering center, made in Mexico, delivered to Brazil, and so on. There are numerous examples. We are also exporting train from various factories in India, various components. The factory today, few kilometers away from Vadodara, we are exporting very sophisticated components called bogies and propulsion system from Maneja and Savli. So today, the transportation, the mobility is the key for the success. If we have to go to Viksit Bharat 2047, the vision of the current government, vision of our Prime Minister Modi, I think transportation is the one area where we need to focus today. I'm really happy to note that GSV is one of the steps in that direction to skill the people, to train the people, to research, to create the innovation environment. It's a capacity building program, I would say. So the initiative which GSV is taken will really help us, all of us, the country, to place us in a roadmap for the future and create a better world for the people tomorrow. The mobility, the transportation actually touches the whole society as a whole. When you as a students today, you are starting, I would say the journey is superb. Going forward, you are in the golden era. Your work will actually touch the lives of millions and billions of people in the time to come. Just focus on learn, unlearn, disruptions, be ready for disruptions in the today's world. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring and motivating us with your kind words. Now, I request the dignitaries on dais to take their seats in the front row.
We came down as our honorable chief guest is about to join online, and then we resume the session. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us? Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes. Apologies, I was a little delayed, caught up with some work.
Thank you, sir. I'm Manoj Chaudhary speaking from Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. and in an auditorium which is full of the vibrant students of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, the faculty members, and most importantly, the honorary dignitaries from industry and our Honorable Member of Parliament from Vadodara, Dr. Hemang Joshi ji. We all, on behalf of all of us here, we welcome you to Epitome 2025, the annual technical festival of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. We have started the inauguration function at 10 o'clock, and in this festival of innovation, we are looking forward to hear from you. It is indeed a privilege to introduce to you, sir, as our chief guest for today. Sri Jayant Chaudhary ji is a dynamic leader with a rich legacy and a forward-looking vision. Born in the United States and deeply rooted in Indian values, sir is a prominent voice in Indian politics, currently serving as the Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Independent Charge in the Government of India, and also as the Minister of State in the Education Department. Sir has been a Member of Parliament representing Mathura in the Lok Sabha and is currently a member of the Rajya Sabha. Sri Jayant Chaudhary ji's legislative work reflects a commitment to addressing critical issues, including those affecting rural and farming communities. Personally, I had a pleasure of meeting sir on a few occasions, and I was always enthused by his inquisitive nature and his outlook in taking India forward through skilling, through education, through technology. We are indeed thrilled to have Sri Jayant Chaudhary ji sir joining us online today. His presence highlights his commitment to innovation and technology's role in building a better future. Let's give a big round of applause, a big welcome to sir.
Thank you. Professor Manoj, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Hemang Joshi ji, my colleague, someone who I rely on in the house, always is very passionate about the state and development. Shri Suraj Chhetri ji, who's representing Airbus, he's the HR head. Anil Kumar Saini ji from Alstom. Andreas Foster from Tata Advanced Systems. And Ms. Jaya Jagdishi, Country Director of AMD. I'm very, very happy to note that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is celebrating its third annual edition of its technical festival, Epitome 2025. And it's a grand function. I heartily congratulate all of you on such an important event that not only focuses on technological advancements in the entire logistics sector, but also to emphasize the role of talent and skilled workforce development in sync with the rapidly evolving world order, which, as we all note, is driven largely by tech-led disruptions. Unfortunately, I'm not there because I had some prior commitments, but I'm joining you online, and I think now, post-COVID and the way things have shifted, even in governance and meetings such as these where online attendants come and give their submissions, I think we're all used to it now. The theme of this event is Transport 360, Land, Water, and Beyond. Today, transportation is about acceleration, accelerating growth, concepts of sustainability, and using smart technology. Though the estimates can vary, but it is fairly said that presently the logistics costs in India are high, and they are higher than global benchmarks. And these high costs serve as a barrier to entry, and they impact business viability for many, many entrepreneurs, nano, micro, and small enterprises. Under the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the National Logistics Policy, we aim to bring this down significantly, enhancing efficiency and India's global competitiveness. India is a huge country, geographically and demographically. The scale of it, sometimes we also don't understand and comprehend. Indian Railways moves 8 billion railway passengers and 1.5 billion tons of freight annually. Indian aviation sector is set to be the world's third largest by 2040. Just today, you have statistics on the kind of growth that passengers on our airlines are experiencing. Our ports are expanding, slashing turnaround time by 40%. Powered by our logistics sector growth, which is double-digit CAGR, we are on track to becoming the world's third largest economy by 2027. The future of the logistics sector is undoubtedly green and digital. Hydrogen-powered trains, renewable-powered, even shipping or aviation, EV adoption, AI-driven predictive maintenance. These are all redefining transport. And India is investing in its multimodal logistics, aviation, maritime, drone technology. And these investments are opening global career pathways for our young. But what does this fast pace of growth really mean for the possibilities of employment generation? And what does it mean for the skill gaps? Logistics sector needs close to 10 million trained workforce. Railways is a technical organization and requires a large skilled workforce in different domains and knowledge sectors. So is the case with aviation. Also, massive skill gaps do exist. Of the 9.5 million logistics workers, nearly half lack technical skills. An estimated 77% are in the informal sector. Looking at the costs for training new hires, companies are now realizing, and they're willing to pay 10 to 30% higher salaries for skilled professionals to reduce errors and increase efficiency. And I think this is the critical demand push from industry that will incentivize our young people to pursue education and skilling relating to their job. In today's knowledge-driven world, the right skill set will give us merit. It is crucial for both employment and national growth. The Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship does play a vital role. We are running many sector-specific skilling programs under the newly approved Skill India program. And we are also engaging with fostering an entrepreneurial culture. You know, India is doing exceptionally well in the startup ecosystem. Just today, I was reading a report by the executive search firm Longhouse. And the report says that Indian startup count is set to double. Yes, double by 2030. And this doubling is going to create 50 million new jobs. With regards to skill, with regards to our ministry's efforts here, with our revamped flagship scheme, PMKVY 4.0, we will be very happy to partner with institutes of national importance and industries for providing quality short-term training and also to recognize people with skills who want to reskill or upskill through our RPL programs. Industry partners can also sign flexi MOUs and adopt ITIs to create a workforce aligned with their own needs. The freedom that the flexi MOU affords industries who partner with the ITI ecosystem is that they get to design a curriculum. They get to partner with a grassroots organization. They get to mentor the young people who are in that system. They can vet them before they want to hire them. Government of India has announced, as you know, a 60,000 crore scheme for upgradation of our ITIs in a hub and spoke model. This scheme is to be run in partnership with governments in the states and industries and to be aligned with several existing industrial clusters and including MSMEs. I urge the industry leaders present here today who are participating in this seminal event to wholeheartedly participate in this scheme. This is a great opportunity. Of course, the scheme to be knocked out, the guidelines to be issued will take time. but we are open to your feedback. In the recent budget, there was also an announcement to establish 5 centers of excellence for high quality skilling. And again, I am inviting industries to partner with us here in making these COEs state of the art. The apprenticeship embedded degree program is a very aspirational program, and it is seamlessly integrating industry exposure into academics. The National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, NATS, which is facilitated by the Higher Education Ministry, and the National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, NAPS, which is run by MSDE, and also the PM Internship Scheme. All three are providing students with hands-on industry experience and bridging the gap between education and employment. Perhaps the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya can also work with UGC, AICTE, and NCVET to participate in this important implementation of a critical thrust area of the NEP 2020. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, India's only university dedicated to transportation, logistics, carries a significant national mandate. And with the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the policy, logistics policy, and major infra investments, I'm happy to see that GSV is poised to create superior human resource and drive applied research. I had the opportunity, as Manojji was just saying, to review GSV's progress a few months ago. And the innovation-led, industry-driven approach and model is already making it a top-tier institution. And it's a unique university in terms of your collaborations. So to benefit from this, I had requested Professor Manojji to visit NSTI Jodhpur specifically, and offer his suggestions. I'm very happy. He did visit. He gave very valuable suggestions regarding functioning. And I would also say that GSV should collaborate even deeper with our sector skill councils and actively adopt and mentor ITIs and NSTIs to strengthen our grassroots skilling efforts. Students, this is your moment, and you must seize it. Innovation in transport, logistics will define the next decade. Your efforts, your investment, your confidence in your own self will define your lives. And your skills will power India and shape global enterprise. With immense opportunities for startups in transportation, logistics, and the whole ecosystem, I do hope that GSV's faculty and students will create many future unicorns. My best wishes to Epitome 2025 and for GSV's continued success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your illuminating speech, always inspiring, and words of wisdom to us. We shall, as Gati Shakti University imbibes the spirit of PM Gati Shakti, that is to build synergy and coordinated approach amongst all stakeholders. We shall work together to make our dream of Viksit Bharat by 2047. We shall transform India through transformation in the transportation sector. And thank you once again for your support and joining us and your words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Now, I request our esteemed guest and the Vice Chancellor, sir, to take their seats on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome Sri Andreas Foister to our Tech Fest. Andreas sir has over 3 decades of experience in aircraft assembly and industrial performance across the globe in commercial aircraft, aerospace and defense. He joined Airbus in 1992 as head of operations. He started the first Airbus final assembly line outside of Europe in 2007. He managed MRO and material services at Airbus Defense Customer Service and also led the A380 final assembly line. He is currently serving as the head of C295 final assembly at Tata Advanced Systems, where he is leading a groundbreaking project in Vadodara, India, the first private aircraft assembly in the country. With his remarkable educational background from institutions like MIT and the Technical University of Berlin, Sir has truly made a global impact. We are thrilled to have him with us today and look forward to the insights he will share. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Sri Andreas Foister.
Good morning to all, Honorable Member of Parliament, all colleagues from the panel, dear students. Thank you very much for inviting me. A great event. I'm very glad to be part of that. Some quick thoughts actually about from this morning just coming up as I listen, and I'm allowed to be part of this event. You see, this innovation-led, industry-driven reminds me actually of something I have been allowed to experience in my experience. It was briefly mentioned when I was studying at MIT. I studied in Germany first, and I went to US afterwards. And that was a long time ago, 30 years, but it's still true. And it is the first time I could experience exactly that, innovation-driven, industry-led. So I think it's a very good combination of bringing reality together, the concepts and the new concepts and the implementation into industry. So very impressive to have that as a motto in your university. The speech of Professor Monod, I think it's very also impressive in a way of content, of completeness, of engagement, of being well connected, which is important in India, in the world, but more even in India. I think that's a very, very good chance for you students to have somebody who is so much taking that on with all his emotions and with his engagement on that. And after that, to have the Ministry of Skill Development giving his very precise and warm words to that. Again, I think you're in the place to be at that moment, dear students. I think that's a great opportunity for you to bring that together, to have that ahead of you. Speaking about the change that some of my colleagues have been speaking, I mean, also it's funny for me somehow. The first speaker was from Deutsche Bahn. Deutsche Bahn means German, as you probably know. Being a German, having an Indian speaking for Deutsche Bahn and fully representing that, that's good. Second speaker for Airbus, Sohoj. I worked 30 years for Airbus, so my company, that European company that I was part of the growth, we came from Europe, we are a world company nowadays. So that's an Indian, and me being allowed to speak for Tata in India. Nice to have that all coming together. And I mean it. It's really nice. It is what brings value. And my former company, Airbus, kindly encouraged me to take this position in Tata because they feel also it is of mutual interest and help. So things are coming together and moving forward, and change is happening, certainly. Just some quick words about the project, because you have heard about, I imagine, this aircraft project. It was mentioned various times, C295. We have a very similar timeline in the last 2 years, actually. You grew quickly, we grew quickly in these 2 years. Decision was taken 2 years ago, a little bit more, 2.5 years ago, that this final assembly line of the C295 will be in Vadodara. We had, end of October 2 years ago, 22, the cornerstone by the Honorable Prime Minister. And 2 years later, last October, we had the inauguration with the Indian and the Spanish Prime Minister together opening a private-owned factory, which is a very unusual event, and which underlines the importance of the project for both countries and as well for our location in Vadodara. Buildings are finished, infrastructure is there. We are located at the airport. As you would imagine, for wherever you want to fly away an aircraft, you better have a runway. So we are using the airport as it is. And it's opposite of the commercial terminal, just next to the Indian Air Force of our customers. First aircraft is in production. So first, if you would go inside, you would see the very first stations. It's a number of stations to be one after the other. The first aircraft is going forward, second one coming in soon. And a little bit more than 1 year, you will see it flying over Vadodara, being delivered to the customer in summer, in September next year for the first aircraft. After that, we will be ramping up, of course, further aircraft in production. Having the final assembly line in Vadodara, it's a very significant thing for us to be here, for Vadodara to be the location to be chosen. Still to mention, final assembly line is where it all comes together. What is also special about this aircraft, made in India, and really made in India, 100% of the aerostructure is being made by Tassel in India. So we have plants where we produce assembly, where we do structural work, where we do metallic parts, where we do composite parts, mostly in Hyderabad, but also in Nagpur and in Bangalore and other smaller locations. So all what you would see on this aircraft is coming from within India, from other locations. Equipment like engines, landing gears, big equipment would come overseas from initial suppliers. What means also, again, logistics is a big thing for aeronautic, and it is always an international business. So whenever you produce specific equipment which serves all over the world for production and in service later on once the aircraft are flying, a tremendous subject. I will not expand more, but we understand there is, on the aircraft building itself already, there is a touch point. And there is another touch point, of course, once aircraft are being used for a logistical purpose, carrying you and us and people and goods around the world. On the being in Vadodara now, I will not reflect much on Tata, but then just to conclude on being in Vadodara, in fact, we are very pleased to be part of this Vadodara community. It's, again, the similarity with starting up an activity, and it's quite challenging, honestly. Well, challenging. It is our duty, and we do that with pleasure, to build up the skills which are linked to aircraft industry, because it's not there in Vadodara. It's not historically one of the places. It's not, you all know, pharmaceutical, chemical, petrochemics, which are traditionally in Vadodara. So it's really a big push into something new, like your university as well. So building up the skills, it's one of our biggest tasks also. We bring in some people because we need experienced people, but at the same time, that will merge together with community in Vadodara, and to make that grow and develop further beyond possibly military applications, possibly into commercial aircraft as well, is certainly an objective we all share for the community of Vadodara. Thank you very much.
Your words have inspired us all and sparked fresh ideas on how we can approach the future of transportation. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. I further extend my heartfelt gratitude to Srimati Jaya Jagdish for joining us today. She is the country head of AMD India. In 2022, ma'am became the first women senior vice president at AMD from engineering division. She has also been appointed as the chairperson of Semiconductor Talent Building Committee. She was honored with the Rising Women of Influence Award by Global Semiconductor Alliance in 2022 and Women Engineer of the Year Award in 2024 for her outstanding contributions to the engineering field for over 2 decades. Please join me in welcoming Srimati Jaya Jagdish to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to be part of this beautiful event, and thank you for inviting me. Gati Shakti, what a meaningful name and what an amazing vision. Maybe about a year ago, when Professor Manoj Chaudhary ji called me and invited me to be part of the GSV court, I heard the vision, I read a little bit about, GSV, and I couldn't have been more thrilled. Because in today's world, there are 2 things that are defining the progress or success of pretty much every sector. That's talent and technology. And Gati Shakti beautifully brings together both of these. And coming from an industry and being an industry leader, I've kind of experienced the pains of not having relevant talent. So 20 years ago, when I joined AMD India, my first job was to hire about 100 engineers to build a CPU design team. CPU, the Central Processing Unit, as some of you might know, is one of the most complex designs in a system. I had not read, or I was not ready with the talent landscape in India at that point. I, of course, put my hand up and said, yes, I'll hire 100 engineers for the CPU team in 3 months. And believe it or not, I couldn't roll out a single offer in 3 months because I was looking for very relevant talent. I was looking for specific skills that were still not available in the region. So I had to change my strategy. We started hiring smart, good engineers who had the aptitude and learning ability. And that, of course, paid off. And we took the responsibility to provide relevant training ourselves within the company. Today, universities like Gati Shakti, and I'm hoping many more sectors will adapt this framework and provide the industry with relevant skills. The 3 months, probably I could have hired students or relevant skilled engineers in probably less than 3 months if this framework existed at that point. And also, as the chairperson for Semiconductor Future Skills, we did a lot of studies on demand versus supply. Where are the gaps? How can we take this ecosystem forward for the next 5 years, 10 years, and beyond? And the good news is there was never a problem. There is never a problem on headcount. With about 500,000 or more engineering students graduating year on year, it's never a problem of quantity. But the students who graduate are still not industry ready. Although the gaps are reducing, there are still gaps. So our recommendations from the committee actually did a lot of work on recommendations for upskilling, reskilling, and curriculum changes that can provide the industry readiness to the students. So it's great to see this being accomplished by GSV, and it's the right step in the right direction. Now coming to technology, I won't be wrong when I say we are in the midst of a huge revolution when it comes to technology. Things that were relevant even a few years ago are changing. And on top of all this, we have AI, the artificial intelligence. That's a pervasive technology and a highly potent technology that can impact every sector. And that's the beauty of technology. It's ever-changing, and it's always something that people can learn and grow and succeed. So right in the middle of this technology, marrying the talent and the technology is hugely important for success of any organization. And Gati Shakti, again, kudos to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and also our IT Minister, Minister Vaishnav, and our Vice Chancellor, Professor Manoj Chaudhary. I feel we are in good hands. Now, as students, I couldn't envy you more. You know, there is an urge for us to all go back 20 years or become 20 years younger so we can just be part of this beautiful revolution that's happening. But you have this opportunity right here in your hands. So there's so much to learn. There's so much to innovate. There's so much to, grow and succeed in your fields. So transportation and logistics is a hugely important sector. I would say, you all hold the keys to nation's productivity and also to some extent nation's happiness. Because my day in Bangalore starts with fighting with roads and transportation. If I can save even 15 minutes in my commute to work, I can become more productive and I'm in a better state of mind. So I won't be wrong in saying you truly hold the keys to that, to happiness and also productivity of the nation. So make use of this huge transformation that's going on. Stay curious, embrace the unknown, and innovate. Innovate, innovate, innovate. That's the key to success of any organization or any individual. With that, I wish you the very best, and thank you again for making me part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your remarkable insights. We have the honor of welcoming Honorable Member of Parliament Himang Joshi, the youngest MP from Gujarat. His varied experience span physiotherapy, HR, public administration. He has worked senior position with a focus on education and development. Dr. Joshi is a member of Parliamentary Committee for Education, Women and Children Development, and Youth and Sports, reflecting his interest in policy. His vision focuses on inclusive growth, skill development, and digital empowerment in line with national objectives. He is recognized as top leader and praised by Honorable Prime Minister Modi for his significant contributions to building a prosperous India. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Himang Joshi, who will now address the gatherings.
So, good afternoon. I'm here with all of you at the time of your tea break. So I'll try to make my address as much as refreshing as a masala tea. We have respected dignitaries, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Manoj Chaudhary ji, who has always been so visionary, and he's a man of action. A huge round of applause for him, because sometimes I feel I work with him as a team, try to get his insights, how to make Vadodara more and more developed and more prosperous, how to grab the opportunity for Vadodara from state and central government. And he has always been a good team member to have. So thank you, sir. And I would also like to mention our chief guest, our dynamic Minister of State, Sri Jayant Chaudhary ji. He has also a key promoter of the idea of Viksit Bharat of Honorable Prime Minister. I recognize and acknowledge and thank for his presence. Also, we have with us Mr. Devinder ji, Mr. Suraj ji, Anil Kumar ji, Mr. Andreas, Mrs. Jaya Jagdish ji. All have really enlightened us with their idea and with their insights on how we can move ahead with the vision of Viksit Bharat. When, as a team member of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, I am addressing, I believe that there is something about him, as when he sees a vision, when he sees a dream, he always starts living that dream. Like Mahatma Gandhi ji was a man who was envisioned the independence. So he told that even a small grocery seller or a small housekeeping boy or a teacher, whosoever doing whatever work, they are doing it for independence. Likewise, in this modern India, whatever work we do, I am a member of parliament, many of our sirs are, some are consultants, some are at the big position in the private organization, sir is a vice chancellor, you all are dear students, we have our officials from defense. Whatever work we are doing it for the Viksit Bharat. And if we will have that idea in mind, I believe that this idea, this dream of Viksit Bharat will be soon realized from all of us. by all of us. And as one of the speaker told that they make in India, they design in India, I think we want everyone to believe in India. And that is what our Prime Minister is doing. And that is for the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya has emerged. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, I think it's a great initiative of institutionalizing the skill development. It is a vision. It is a brainchild of our Prime Minister, sir. And you all students are so lucky that you have got an opportunity to work in the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Sir just told that he likes Vadodara so well and the vibration of the city is so nice. I told him that we give a lot credit to our Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad, who has really formed very visionary city. He traveled abroad. He thought what kind of facilities I should produce for my citizens. He comes back and he does that. So such kind of thing our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, is doing. The Maharaja Sayajirao University is remembered because of Maharaja Sahib. I am firm and I give you 100% assurance that years to come, decades to come, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya also will be remembered for the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. Because he never did anything just for the sake of doing. He always tried to, also many of youngsters who, if they have listened to his podcasts, he always tells that youth should not work for the position, work for the responsibility. They should work. Things will come. And with this vision, we have to give our best in whatever field we are. So I just want to request all the youth, all the youngsters, that whatever opportunity we have got, many millions of our fellow youngsters have not got this opportunity, and we have got this opportunity. We have to make the most of it. We are there for you. Government is there for you. Our Vice Chancellor, sir, is there for you. And a big round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais who have specially come to address, to enlighten you, to enrich your knowledge about the things which are coming ahead in your life, in the world. So they are not just devoting, coming here and just for taking an honor, they are sitting here. They are really caring for your future. They are really caring for the idea of Viksit Bharat. And because of that, they have come here. Chetri ji just told about AI and HI, human intelligence. I believe that human intelligence is very much important. AI is a kind of chakra view. The more we trust them, like ChatGPT, Grok and all, the more we trust them, we become dependent to them. And we never know. Sometimes we are totally dependent on them and they just show us a wrong way. At that time, if we have that human intelligence, if we have that enlightenment, enrichment in our mind, then and then only we'll be able to save ourselves and save the world. So it is very much important for you to learn from the dignitaries. For the Epitome, I congratulate all of you. I just want to have one suggestion for all the participants. Be curious in these 2 days. Keep asking questions. Don't think about how silly it will be. It's okay, but keep asking questions. If not on the public forum, during the high tea, during the break, during seeing of the dignitary, keep asking questions. Keep learning from them. It will be really helpful for you. You never know. Their one piece of advice can change your life. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring us and motivating us with your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for Aujasya Award of Medals. Odysseia is GSV's annual sports fest, and the level of competence and sportsmanship displayed has been truly exceptional. Let us now proceed with the distribution of medals to our victorious athletes. I invite Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Hemant Joshi, to present the medal. We'll start with shot put. The power and precision displayed in this event were truly remarkable. For the male shot put, in the third place we have Abhishek Karadia. In the second place, we have Aditya Pratap Raghuvanshi. And taking the first place in the male shot put, Pratik Prasoon. Now, for the female shot put, in the third place we have Pranati, second place goes to Sanvi Pandey, and the first place is Kiran Mai. Please give them a big round of applause. Next up, the test of endurance and stamina, the 5-kilometer marathon. For the male 5-kilometer marathon, our third place winner is Alpesh Kumar. Second place goes to Shivam Kumar Singh. And the champion, taking the first place, is Devesh Tripathi. Please give a huge round of applause to our winners. For the female 5-kilometer marathon, in the third place, we have Tanishka Pagdipalli. Second place goes to Prerna Priya. And the first place is backed by Shrishti Agrahari. Thank you once again to all our esteemed dignitaries. We have been privileged to hear from a truly remarkable group of speakers today, each of whom has addressed our gathering with invaluable insights and perspectives, enriching our understanding. We would now like to present each of our esteemed speakers with a token of our appreciation. To Sri Darvinder Sandhu, we present this memento of our gratitude. To Shri Suraj Chitri, please allow us to convey our gratefulness with this token. To Shri Anil Kumar Saini, we extend this token to show our respect. To Shri Andreas Foister, please accept this token of our appreciation. To Srimati Jaya Jagdish, please allow us to convey appreciation with this token. To Honorable MP Dr. Hemant Joshi, we extend this mark of appreciation. I request the dignitaries to please come forward for a group photo. Thank you once again to our esteemed dignitaries. Thank you once more to our speakers for those excellent talks, and another round of applause for our Ojasya Award recipients. I hope you are all enjoying the event. Let's take a short tea break. For students, tea and refreshments are available outside the Sabhagraha. Please enjoy, and we'll see you back here soon at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Requesting everyone to go smoothly.
right? And that was about the knowledge. And today, of course, thanks to the disruptions that COVID and supply chain disruptions caused, it's become a buzzword. And the focus that we are seeing from the India government, when we see our Prime Minister talking about semiconductors in his national address, the awareness is huge. And it cannot be a better time for someone like me to be part of this ecosystem. So semiconductors have now risen and surfaced in a way where they're needed by every sector. It's not just the compute as it used to be traditionally, but now automation has become the talk of the day. So availability of that technology to every sector has caused a huge surge in the demand for chips. And chips are becoming pervasive. Now, when we talk about the semiconductor ecosystem, let's take a moment to understand some of the challenges that we are going through and how companies like AMD are addressing these challenges. Today, with the surge in demand and chips becoming pervasive, there's a huge challenge to the semiconductor ecosystem. Every sector needs high performance, and of course, with increased performance, there's a tendency for the power consumption to go up. Of course, we cannot afford the power to go up. We need to absolutely keep the power at check, bring the energy efficiency, because it's so important for our environment and to our sustainability goals. And area, right, the chip, how big your chip is a crucial factor, because with the growth in area also increases the cost. Chip manufacturing is an expensive affair. It needs huge capital investment, and every time we have to do a tape out, it's millions of dollars. So first thing, we cannot have many mistakes that will increase the chances of a tape out. Today, what did Moore's law say? With every process node that you move to, the scalability is going to increase 2x. While we relied on that and we were very happy with every process node that we could shrink and get to, that law is slowing down. We are not able to see the level of scaling that used to happen earlier. And of course, we are now moving to smaller and smaller nodes. When I started my career, I think it was 25 micron technology that we were using. And we moved to nanometer and now to Armstrong. So the revolution is huge and the progress has been huge, but also the challenges. Now with Moore's law slowing down, we need more innovation to get the scaling one way or the other. And that's what companies like AMD are focusing on. And there have been many, many design innovations to optimize power, performance, and area. And there are aspects like heterogeneous computing, where your central processor need not become the bottleneck for every workload. Depending on the use of the chip, there are several other workloads that can be distributed in the product. There are other processors like the graphics processor, data processing unit that are being designed that are now becoming part of the chips. So your load on the central processing unit reduces and your load on the design product is well distributed. And this has provided us options to increase performance and also reduce power. Now coming to chiplet architecture, AMD actually pioneered this for the industry, and we were the first ones to adapt chiplet architectures. What is chiplet architecture? You either can have a monolithic design with a big silicon and introduce every part or every IP into that design, or you can choose to make your design modular. That's what chiplet architecture does. So what are the advantages? With smaller designs that are put together to work together as one system, you can definitely control the power much better and also the efficiency much better. And we can choose the process that's customized for that particular part of the design, right? Not the entire silicon needs to be on the latest and greatest process technology. You can choose to have your CPUs run on the latest technology, but rest of the I/O and other things can actually happen on a slightly lower node. So your chiplet architecture provides you that opportunity to optimize the cost of your chip. So how, with all these chiplets in place, how can we bring the whole system together? We have advanced packaging techniques that actually allow different chiplets to communicate and work together in a system view. So these are some of the recent and latest innovations that are happening in the semiconductor ecosystem that are bringing to the world more efficient, more power efficient, high performing, and area optimized chips. So a little bit on AI. In my opinion, AI has been the most transformational technology of our lifetimes. It has the potential to reshape almost everything that we do today. So it has the ability to touch every sector that we know of. And there are three things that AI can bring to us: convenience, productivity, and personalization. Convenience. Of course, for human lives, it just makes our lives better. Access to education, even in the remotest parts of the world. Access to jobs. Access to better healthcare, where healthcare, I believe it can be most powerful in early diagnosis, early warning signs, and also telemedicines that are becoming the fact of the day. So again, these are just very small examples of how AI can touch the human lives and help us lead a more comfortable and healthy life. Productivity. In the industries, AI is still in the early phases. It's only at the start, but there's already a huge surge in productivity. A lot of repetitive tasks can be automated, and the products that are defined can be more precise based on the market requirement. And we don't have to experiment as much in determining what the market wants. There are analytics that can be shared, that can be given to the industries to define your products very precise as to what is needed by the market. And while we make huge strides in productivity, there are also in-chip design. Every segment can be optimized and made more efficient by the use of AI. Personalization. Lot of things can be customized. We don't need to deal with generic standards. If I want something very specific, yes, AI will allow that. I mean, one small example is the content or infotainment that we use, right? You very well can see the suggestions that come out for you. You watch a movie, there'll be 10 other suggestions for you. So that's personalization. And whether it's communication, whether it's your health or it's your education, a lot of it can be customized to your needs with AI. So AI is here to make our lives more convenient and more productive and more personalized. While I say these are all the wonderful things AI can offer, there is a slightly negative side to it, but that can be controlled. With the potent that AI has, there could be disruption. There could be, ways that it can get into bad hands. And it's up to us, the humanity, that we created this. We should be very careful in extracting the benefits without causing major disruption to the world. So it's being responsible and being responsible in how we use AI for humanity. So I'm in Gati Shakti. So I have to touch upon transportation. I'm no expert in transportation or logistics. You are the experts. So I'm just going to touch upon how AI can impact, or how AI is already impacting the transportation world. There's a lot more to it, I'm sure. This is just scratching the surface. Autonomous vehicles are the talk of the day, right? And the benefits are humongous. Driverless autopilot cars. I mean, that's honestly been my dream. I don't want to deal with traffic issues. I don't want to sit on the driver's seat. And this can enable so many other things, like better use of infrastructure, lesser emissions, and better control of human lives, on our own lives. Predictive maintenance of vehicles. I think this is something that's very important to keep up with the infrastructure growth, and getting early warnings, reduced downtimes is hugely important. Traffic management and route optimizations. I mean, I've touched upon my traffic woes in Bangalore. So I think this is one thing that I would look forward improving by the day. And AI certainly has the potential to make our lives easier with this. Infotainment, again, that's something now has become a part of the vehicles. Your cost of the vehicle or your personalized, customized stuff can determine, what you want to be entertained with and how you want to use that system. So there are several options you can get out of that. More important is the safety and security that AI brings into picture. Collision avoidance is something that's hugely important, and especially in the railways. And I'm happy to state that AMD has partnered with the Government of India in providing the technology for Kavach, which is our disaster avoidance system. And we are proud partners with the Government of India on that. And detecting hazards that are out there and not reacting to them, getting an early warning sign for those, can save several lives. So again, I can go on and on about, how important AI is for our daily lives, and it will be well integrated, if not already. Next few years will be very definitive as AI is going to become integrated into all our lives. So just want to touch upon what we are doing in India. There's been so much focus on strengthening the semiconductor ecosystem in India. Thousands of crores of rupees are being invested. And if I look at the semiconductor ecosystem, there are 3 or 4 different aspects. One is the design, manufacturing, and R&D, and also the startup ecosystem. So design is something India has been doing for almost 4 decades now. And there is enough and more skill that's available with our engineers. And every major semiconductor company in the world has investments in India, and that is one of our biggest strengths. When it comes to manufacturing, which is also very crucial in the ecosystem, we are a little bit behind. And manufacturing is also something that's extremely capital intense, and we have made strides of progress. The pace of progress is very encouraging that we have done, and the conduciveness of doing business, ease of doing business with the Government of India has encouraged a lot of investments to come into the country. But it is a journey that has started, and the pace has been good, but we have ways to go. When it comes to R&D is, I would say, it's the backbone of any growing industry. If you don't invest in R&D early on, the progress will stop at some point. So it's hugely important to look at research and development. We have many of our premium institutes now, and also tier 1 colleges in many areas, offering the curriculum to major in VLSI and also semiconductor technology. That's a very welcome change. And this, as the ecosystem strengthens, there'll be a lot more job opportunities, there'll be a lot more students wanting to continue doctoral, postdoctoral work in the semiconductor industry. And that's what will strengthen our R&D. Last but not the least is our startup ecosystem. Hugely important. We need youngsters like you to think of what product you want to come up with. Innovate. Think of all the problems you want to solve. And, that's where the roots of startups start. So, again, there are a lot of initiatives taken to place a guard band against these startups. So it's not a failure that some people are pushed to right at the beginning. There are enough guard bands, there are enough initiatives. But what is needed is that thinking mind that's ready to innovate. So there's a huge opportunity for everybody to take this new technology and innovate. And that's the way to progress. So with that, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity to share a little bit of semiconductor. And let's build a brighter future and also a more intelligent one that works for the humanity. Thank you.
Any quick question? Use case for railway safety. Have you said any speaker? Use case. Artificial intelligence for railway safety.
No, we have been part of the FPGA solution for Kavach, and that's the work we have done. Use cases, again, we have been working with certain ministries to provide them the use cases, and railways is something that's on the list we'll be working with.
We got one opportunity for AM for railway safety. Would you like to join with us?
We'll discuss.
I'll think about it.
Okay, on behalf of all the students, they are not asking, so I have to ask, right?
Sure.
Or I have to tell. You have a question? Okay.
I think only students are allowed to ask questions.
Ma'am, I'm a student at the moment. Always a student. This is to leverage on your position as the chairperson. Sorry, not, but very happy that you are leading it. I'm sure the solutions will be better. But to learn from your experience, because typically we say that if we need to house semiconductor industry, where are the volumes? You have TSMC because TSMC really controls the world.
Yeah.
And that is a challenge for all of us, by the way, because I always ask this question in every gathering. Name one Indian company, if it shuts down, the world will notice.
Yeah.
Okay, but Indian company. Let's face the fact.
Yes.
We've got fabulous capacity. We've got all the aspirations. We've got companies that have revenue of billions of dollars. But if any Indian company shuts down, the world may not notice. But if the Taiwanese company shuts down, or there are companies in US or Europe that shut down, the world gets worried. So from that point of view, your knowledge, sharing with all the students, because these are the people who are going to lead tomorrow, what does India need to do? Because currently the question seems to be, why should we invest? You don't have the volumes. You don't have the volumes of China, you don't have the volumes of Europe or US, so why should we do that? So just you're learning on that so that we can all be better informed on that.
No, I think it's a very relevant question, sir. In a way, it seems like a chicken and egg problem, right? You have to have strong designs and latest designs to keep your fabs occupied. But we can't really start off with the latest process nodes because you can't keep your fabs empty. So it's very prudent what the government of India is doing. They're starting with lower nodes. While there is enough focus and emphasis on manufacturing, this is what I have also told in many of my talks with the government and also in events that I attend. There needs to be an equal pivoting on the design. Emphasis on local design. That ecosystem is, yes, we do have some startups, but they're definitely not at the level of AMD or an Intel or an ARM, or not even having that level of potential. So somewhere we need to bring out those aspects of design ecosystem, make it much more stronger, and maybe provide a lot more guard bands so people don't hesitate to start something because of the fear of failure. So if the government or industry can join hands and provide those guard bands, and that will encourage a lot more startups to happen, and that's the start of that journey. I mean, there's no solution that can happen overnight, but it's a journey that we have to undertake and cannot miss out on that. Otherwise, both manufacturing and this will not take off as we should.
Thank you, because question is already asked, so I will now change my question to request. Right? So firstly, thank you for a wonderful talk. Gati Shakti Viswavidyalaya, in its first year of operation itself, started a BTech program in AI and data science.
Wonderful.
But focusing on transportation and logistics.
Yes.
That means all questions. Today, for example, Railways has around 15,000 locomotives, around 85,000 coaches, 350,000 wagons, 140,000 kilometer track length. All of this needs predictive maintenance.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And therefore, within Gati Shakti Viswavidyalaya, students and faculty currently are working on several problems.
Sure.
For example, how do you detect crack in a railway track?
Yeah.
For example, how do you automatically look at the coaches, wagons, whatnot, right? First request is, how can we collaborate with AMD and companies that are in AI so that our students can do internship and therefore can work on practical problems, learning AI from AI companies and contributing our domain knowledge from our side.
Sure.
That is a first request. Second, to the point that he mentioned, it is just an addition. Today, railways is a big marketplace also. Because if today Vande Bharat is made, we cannot say, maybe 40% of components are electronics and semiconductor components within Vande Bharat.
Yes.
It is not a mechanical train anymore. Right?
Correct.
Look at aviation, you see the cockpit, it is semiconductor. Therefore, there is a tremendous need for components within our own transportation sector,
Yes.
which requires local design. As you rightly said, in Gujarat, we are setting up semiconductor manufacturing. 4 units are there, 1 in Assam. We are moving in that direction. But there is a tremendous need for design ecosystem to be made that takes care of local needs of India.
Yes.
It is still too premature for me to say, but within Vadodara city, we are trying to set up a Vadodara Design R&D Center for India that can complement semiconductor manufacturing in Gujarat.
Great.
So for that, again, we will require your assistance.
Absolutely.
So this is again a request. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. So I just want to add that, there are several things AMD can partner with GSV. Again, the AI knowledge or even the AI infrastructure that we have can come in handy to the student community to learn not just the theory, but also the practical use. So we are definitely open to these partnerships. Thank you.
So before the next talk, I really want to welcome 2 guests of honor. We started inauguration session. Firstly, the Managing Director of Dedicated Freight Corporation of India, Sri Praveen Kumarji. We have a talk by him in the afternoon, and I am so happy that he is with us. He is our strongest partner. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. And then the head of transportation research at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia, Professor Vinayak Dixit. He has traveled all the way from Australia to be with us. They are doing fantastic work with Ministry of Road Transport, Highways, and many of the logistics companies in India, including Zomato, Delivery, and whatnot. And we have an opportunity to listen to him in the afternoon. So, Professor Vinayak Dixit. Thank you. Maybe we can proceed with the next talk. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the exciting opportunities at the crossroads of AI, semiconductor technology, chip design, and how they are revolutionizing the transportation system. In today's fast-paced world, simply having a skill isn't enough. It's about constantly improving and adapting. Whether it's in your career, a creative passion, or personal growth, investing in continuous learning keeps you competitive and fulfilled. With this, let us welcome our next guest, Shri Suraj Chetri, as he shares his words with us. Shri Suraj, Vice President and Head of HR at Airbus India and South Asia, has over 32 years of experience across multiple industries, including aerospace, automotive, and manufacturing. He has played a key role in HR transformations, talent development, and process optimization. Under his leadership, Airbus has received numerous accolades for innovative HR practices. He has been honored with awards like the Most Iconic HR Leader by the World HRD Congress and Top 5 Diversity Champions by Herky. A board member of the Aerospace and Aviation Sector Skill Council, he actively contributes to the professional bodies like NHRD, ISTD, and NIPM. Sir is also an HR advisor for startups and a sought-after speaker at business schools and conferences. A huge round of applause for Shri Suraj Chetri.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I was sitting there and listening to Sandhuji's question and made me think, actually, we don't have any organization that, if shut down, will cause global chaos. I thought a little bit more, and probably because of my gray hair, I started thinking about the premier institutes like the IITs and the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, and those institutes, if that was to shut down, I do not know what will happen to the talent factory of the future and leadership in the top 500 go-to companies in the world. Thank you, sir, for giving me the segue into my discussion. And I think today, if you really look at it, business is a roller coaster. You know what a roller coaster is, right? What do you call it in Hindi? No one knows, right? Okay? And it's double helical because you would see in the same quarter, you would have hirings, you would have great opportunities, and in the same quarter, you would see people are being laid off, technologies are made obsolete, and there is an up and a down in the same quarter. And I think the only difference between these great two workplaces and the not too great workplaces is talent. It's all of us sitting here in this room. And if someone tells you, some organization, including mine, if they tell you they know how to manage talent, they are wrong. Because no organization has been able to manage talent in the most effective and efficient manner. Even with an attrition rate of 3.5 in our industry, we still are humbled to say that we have to learn a lot of how to manage talent. We are yet to master this art of, what do you call? Sukha. Sorry, Sukha is not the word. VUCA. Okay? The Sukha of talent in this VUCA world, or some call it Bani, not Bunny, madam. Bani, Rupt, Tuna, whatever you call it. But I think this complexity is going to live with us for the generations to come. And many times in industries, and that's what makes Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya and the new upcoming initiatives in different universities unique, because many a times what you are taught is hindsight counts for foresight. So you have a lot of case studies, you study what's happened in the past, what failures we've had, and try to learn. I'm not saying all that is bad. It's good. But case in point, COVID, if we were so smart as humans, why didn't we think that something like that would happen in the future? You know what I'm alluring to? It is not about technology alone, but it is about the ability of us humans to adapt it, so that we internally will have to look at various aspects of our system, our DNA, and then try to see how we can be more apt for challenges like that in the future. This new normal of disruption is going to continue. But the good news is, in this new normal, we have the ability, we who are in the workforce or who are joining the workforce, have the ability to change the way we work today, change the way we live today, change where we work from, when we work from, and how we work. So it is at this juncture that each and every one of us is placed, and how we move forward is going to decide the destiny that we will reach, not as a country, not as a world, but as a human race moving forward. AI, ML, VR, IoT, etc., etc., etc. Yes, these are important, but your learning skills, adaptability, resilience to change is more important, because no matter how many tools you have in the world, if you do not want to work, it's of no use to you. No matter how many tools you have, if you do not want to work or do not want to adapt to this, it's of no use to you. And that's where I would encourage all of y'all not to just survive by learning a little bit here, learning a little bit here, doing a few trainings here, doing a few trainings there, because what that will do is probably in the future you will have a bot or an AI program that can do that same thing that you are doing today at 1/10 the cost and 10 times faster. And then you would be made obsolete. And that's why I say, if you remember, I said the only digital gawar of the 21st century is someone who thinks he or she knows everything. Your learning should only stop when you die, or you will become obsolete and you will anyway die. So you don't have an option. That's where we humans have the advantage over artificial intelligence. Tech is changing so fast. Everyone knows that. I was in an era where we used to look at land phones. Today, half of the people in the room probably will not know what land phones are. We didn't have computers. You will imagine, wow, how can we survive without computers? And that's where the pace of technology is becoming faster and faster. The information that is available to you is practically doubling every 2 years. I said information. Now you need to take out the knowledge from that information and become wise so that you can ride this wave of data that is before you. I'll talk about a few trends. The first trend that I see that will impact us largely, and that would be my advice and my recommendation to the students here, doesn't include the first bench, does not include questions that they should ask later on. I am not going to answer those questions, Professor Ji. Think about the younger generation, you all included, how socially interactive you are. On the one side, organizations are saying, you know, we should bring people back to work when they work together. I've also said things like that. They collaborated much faster. There is a sense of teamwork, camaraderie, innovations happen. I fully agree to all those things. But what does the generation need? I've got two daughters, 25 and 22. The first one quit her job in 6 months. She said, going to office and working is no good to me. She did aerospace from a premier institute, RV College of Engineering. She said, no, this is not cut out for me. Think about that. How can you integrate work in your aspect? And even think beyond that. If this social interaction is not important to you, why should organizations force you on all these aspects? I don't want to come. My work will come. My avatar will come. I will do all this stuff on the metaverse as long as I'm delivering. That is the mindset. Now, how do you incorporate this into the way you are being educated and you are being skilled today in this college, or any other college for that matter? The second aspect, revolution at the workplace. Hybrid? No hybrid? Don't even think about that. Think about where work is heading for the future. Where is it heading? These are minor things. These are stops in the road of technology. What will be available for you? Are you prepared and ready today to face what is available? Now it says, Suraj, if I do not know what is going to be available tomorrow, how do I skill myself? Remind yourself again, I said, it's not about technology. It is about your mindset and your approach of how you will tackle technology. Can you structure this new way of working, this new way of thinking in the curriculum today? Skilling impact on universities and colleges. Anyone knows the element SC? It's not Suraj Kshatriya. Atomic number? Thank you. Atomic weight? 44 point? Okay. You don't have to memorize that. Google, you will come to know. So are universities and colleges teaching you stuff that at the click of a button you can know and wasting your time? Colleges and universities today should be teaching stuff that will dimag ka batti jala de. Not memorizing stuff like that. What has got you here will not take you there. Remember, acquisition of degrees versus learning the skills and abilities to do it is two different things. Don't confuse yourself with learning and the degree that you will get after 2 years, 4 years, 3 years, 5 years. Work towards skilling yourself, learning, and not that degree that you can hang on the wall. Remember that. The center of gravity is shifting to learning and skilling rather than degrees. Education versus learning. Learning is not the birthright of universities and colleges. It is your birthright. If you take the seat of development into your own hands, no one can stop you from growing in any sector, in any company, in any country, any state in India. Be updated with the latest in technology, because most of the time the way it happens is what you have in your personal life slowly trickles in after probably 2 to 3 years into the workplace. Look at things that are out there that you can use personally, and then see how you can be well versed in that, because by the time you get into the industry, that would have already been implemented, executed, blessed, secured, safe, and you can work on those technologies then. Internal skilling academies. I always feel amazed that even though we have such high degree of talent in India, it still takes me 1.5 years to get them up and running before they can produce work. With the various ATAs and the chapters, these are basically aerospace nomenclatures and laws that we have to follow. What best than us working with universities together? And that's where I'm pleased, sir, to note that you've got internships after every semester, where you can work with us to ensure what you have learned and what you can implement, that the gap is not too much. That shortens my lead time of training for each and every one of you. And if it shortens my lead time of training, it shortens my cost, it improves my delivery, and it improves my quality. I would be much more capable of developing aircrafts in a shorter lead time if I have this collaboration working with the different universities. I was just thinking aloud and thinking, what advice would I give y'all? Or what advice would I give myself before in 2 years मैं सठिया जाऊंगा? So I'm 58 today. I'll turn 60 in 2 years. Before मैं सठिया जाऊं, what advice can I give my avatar 33 years or 35 years back? And I would again end with saying, learning is the key. That is what will separate the men from the boys, the girls from the women. And this applies not only to people, but also to companies and organizations. Learned folks in my profession call it either learning or organizational agility. Focus on your own self, because no one else will have a better interest in yourself than you alone. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
No question, sir, but just want to add one thing that we implemented, right, on behalf of students again. Not only internships after every year, we have also made it possible that the final semester project of 26 weeks can completely be done in industry. At this moment, I'm very happy to tell that 17 of our students are doing final semester project at Alstom and many other industries. That means day one when they join a job in Alstom, say on 1st of June or whatever, they all know the company culture, they all know the way of working, they know almost everything about the company and the work areas. This is something that we have implemented and want to do more and more, and thanks to the industry for being a partner to them.
So I think you point out a very important thing that I always feel is lacking in our education system. Abroad, once you finish your engineering, they certify you as an engineer. The government certifies you as an engineer. That yes, he is an engineer and he has the ability, the expertise, the know-how and the technology to behave as an engineer. I see that lacking here. And most importantly, sir, rightly pointed out by you, it's that immersion or it's that partnership between academia and industry that can only make this possible.
Sir, one question. What is your suggestion? All the time in the final year student, when he passing out, he thinks, can I start a startup or can I go for a job? What is your suggestion when they're thinking like that? It happens with all the students who complete final year or masters.
Sir, I think probably when I retire, I always had an ambition to retire at 50. I'm 58 today and probably I would retire at the end of this year. Probably I say I do not know whether my organization will leave me or not. Now your thinking is, why am I talking about my retirement? Probably I'll give you a more detailed answer after I retire and I become a consultant. But the short answer is, dil ka suno, dimag ka nahi.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. It is truly an honor to have you with us today. We are honored to have a distinguished leader in the rail transportation industry. Please join me in welcoming Shri Anil Kumar Saini. As Managing Director of Rolling Stock and Components at Alstom India, he is driving innovation and Make in India initiatives. With over 32 years of experience, he has shaped major projects from Indian Railways to Delhi Metro's Phase 1 and led operations at L&T Hyderabad Metro Rail, a landmark public-private partnership. An IIT Roorkee and Harvard Business School alumnus, he is also a fellow of the IIT UK. He is a visionary man standardizing rolling stock for India's future. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Shri Anil Kumar Saini.
Thank you very much. So, I won't stand very long between the gathering and the lunch. It will be very short. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again to be with you. So it's a Make in India story or Make in India initiative. What I will cover the journey, a small seed, what was planted, how Alstom has come up together, what are the key challenges and how we can take it further together. The roadmap to the Viksit Bharat is through the manufacturing. Manufacturing. That's what. So you see something which started 1968 in Coimbatore with 5 people, a small relay factory today, then the roadmap, then a full train manufacturing plant, then a locomotive plant, and so on. Today we are a 12,000 workforce, 10,000 crore turnover, 25%, 30% of turnover is being exported outside, fully built train components. 70% of the engineering workforce is being deployed for the overseas projects. So that's the road you can see in 50 years journey. A big presence today, 12,000 plus people, very diverse people. Diversity is the key. That's what the message to the young people sitting in front of me. 13 different nationalities working here in the country, 25% female workers. Many of the factories have workers as high as female workers to the level of 40 to 50%. Factory like Coimbatore, which brings electrical propulsion factory where it's largely dominated by the female workers. So diversity is the key. I'll skip some of the slide, Our product line is Alstom, just to set the context, we make trains. Everything you travel in the train, right from the tram to the metro to the TGV as high as 474 kilometer high speed is the one. That's our portfolio. Digital and integrated systems, what we call signaling in general. And services, that's a maintenance. Today, the world is moving as an integrated package, the total cost of ownership TCO concept where the maintenance is being taken up by the OEMs. So that's another business which is being done. What we are doing in India. So we have a vision of India for India and India for world. That's the vision for the company in India. The first one, there are 3 pillars of this vision today. The Global Engineering Center. Unless we focus on engineering, we cannot become a manufacturing hub. My previous speaker, Jaya, has touched upon this also in context of semiconductor. So today, the kind of 5 engineering centers we have, 6,000 workforce. We support large number of projects outside. Training design in Bangalore or Hyderabad, made in Brazil, supplied in Mexico. There are numerous examples like that. So engineering is the key. That's what the skill building program actually helps. Once you have the fundamentals clear, the engineering principles clear, then rest is kind of a story to manufacture and ship it out. The second one is a manufacturing hub today. 6 manufacturing plants, more than 3,500 direct employment. Indirect employment is 1 to 10 in those plants because you have vendor ecosystem, you have supplier ecosystem. The capacity is kind of 1,000 cars, 6,000 bogies, 2,000 propulsion sets per year. 30% output, as I said earlier already. Industry 4.0 implementation, the key. That's what today the world is moving to. We are not probably to that level what semiconductor industry is, but today we apply robotics, we apply virtual reality, partly I would say AI is still to come in terms of the industrial footprint what we have. The global shared services. So today India is being seen as a talent pool, talent hub. So a lot of jobs are being outsourced to India, be it finance, be it HR, be it supply chain, be it sourcing, procurement, which can be done today remotely. So huge workshops. So we have deployed about 1,000 people who don't work for India. They work for outside. They work for Australia, UK, Brazil, any of the country. They sit in India. And that's basically the harnessing the talent pool of the country in terms of global shared services. These are the 3 pillars what we are working in the country today. Industrial footprints, the 2 factories in the east, we have Madhepura and Kolkata primarily for high horsepower locomotive, 2 factories in the south, Sri City is for a train manufacturing and Coimbatore is for the electrical and propulsion, 2 in the very city of Vadodara, Savli and Maneja, again for train manufacturing site and also for the propulsion in Maneja. These are the kind of key projects executed. I would not name, just I would like to give a glimpse on the export. I would like to focus on the export one. You can see the trains supplied to Montreal REM from Sri City factory, designed by engineers in Bangalore. Very specialized trains to work in minus 40-degree temperature, ice cutting tools, and you can imagine how to operate in minus 40-degree temperature. And this is in revenue operation last 2 years. Sydney, Queensland, and so on. There are numerous examples which are there for this. Why I'm telling you this obviously shows you the kind of journey you have for you people, all of you young people, the kind of roadmap you have, the kind of you can build your own future. That's why I'm giving you these examples. Today, under execution, again, I would not focus on India. Let's see on the export orders. we made a center of excellence for bogie in Savli, the factory in Vadodara. You take any project in the world, we supply bogie frames from here. This requires very specialized welding. Bogie is the mechanical structure where the entire train load rests on the bogie. It's a very, very key piece today. We are supplying flat packs instead of full car body. We are supplying propulsion even for the TGV. So TGV propulsion today is made in Coimbatore, and the other metro or even other trains also the propulsion is made in India. That's the kind of the exposure, that's the kind of the capacity what we have on the industrial side. This is a factory in Madhepura. I'll not say. This is a joint venture with railway, a successful PPP initiative. We delivered 500 loco, and what I would emphasize here is the 90% localization. The supply chain to the extent of 90% is localized for this locomotive today. And this takes time. It's a long journey. It doesn't happen in one day in terms of vendor development, bringing the TOT, transferring the technology to the supplier ecosystem. And today that ecosystem of suppliers, what we have developed for this locomotive, actually is being harnessed by Indian Railway and also by our competitors, the other companies in India. So once an ecosystem is developed, this is used for everyone. Same, this is the car body manufacturing factory in Kolkata. I'll skip this. Savli. Savli is the greatest example here today in terms of Industry 4.0. Maybe I'll request Professor Sir, your students can visit. They have very, very high level of implementation. They do arc welding. They do spot welding by the robots. And this is the factory where we export a lot of components from the including the bogie. The Sri City, the another factory in Andhra Pradesh, which is also being used for an export hub in terms of the trains to Sydney, trains to Montreal, the Perth, and so on. This factory has a 70% localization supply chain, and it has a dynamic test track of about a kilometer. We can test the train for a kilometer and then ship it out. So that's the unique feature for this factory. Coimbatore is the one I explained where we make the electrical propulsions for the world over. Maneja I discussed already. This is a kind of digital data center, digital experience center we have, digital experience center we have, where we have created the whole ecosystem for signaling, point machines, everything, where you can feel like a laboratory. That's the one I just shown you here. These are maintenance depot. I'll skip in terms of the one. CSR, why bringing CSR? What we do today is huge part of the CSR is on the right side, what I've written on education and skilling. We have adopted many ITIs around. We skill them. We provided equipment. We skill them and then make sure they are placed, the people are placed. All these students are placed today. That's a key gap apart from the other one. This is just a picture of Lifeline Express, where every year we take a hospital in a train. So Lifeline Express we take to remote areas and we kind of serve the people on the. Let's now come to the challenges what we have in the journey. That's important topic, maybe a few deliberation. So today we operate in railway where the standardization is yet to happen in terms of trains, be it metro, be it locomotive, it applies to the all one. Many countries have very well standardized this specification. That's probably journey in process, I would say. Government is working very closely on this. Committee is constituted. And unless we standardize, then the production, the supply chain becomes very regular. That's the one challenge we face. The higher factor safety, we apply Indian factor of safety over and above the standards. So that's probably, we need to now look into how we dispense this with. Because then your product becomes unique, your product becomes non-standard, the cost becomes very high, non-competitive, and so on. Let's take the example of metro. So when we have metro, we have trains run in automatic signaling. The only trains can collide at a speed of 25 kmph because of the signaling automation. But it's still the kind of compressive strength we have in the train much higher than what is required today from the standard. So we put double the factor what standards call for. That's one example I gave. Third one is localization, the long development cycle of the vendors, the adoption by the vendors in terms of quality and safety processes linked to the next item, the skills. This adoption is slow. Why? The availability of skilled workforce and also the quality and EHS culture. When I say skilled workforce, it's probably not engineers. We have enough engineers today. It's the special process if you have to deal with manufacturing. And that's what, Professor, maybe I request you, how that special processes like welding, torquing, electricals, and so on can be actually knitted in your curriculum. I know this become part of difficult because that's usually the job of ITIs, but how you can actually nurture those kind of ITIs today on the... That's the clear gap we have. We have enough engineers, but the employability, the skill sets they have today is a big challenge. I think Suraj told already it takes 1.5 years. So this is the kind of, I'm echoing the same, takes 1.5 years to actually teach them and put them field to get the productive output. And probably the collaboration and the intensive what you are doing can really help it. The last semester doing in the industry so that when they come, they're really employable. The next item is the quality and EHS culture. This probably we need to think of. This adoption needs really a big transformation right from the very schools when children are very young. This needs a cultural transformation. Today we spend huge amount of money on cost of no quality. Rejection of the parts, rejection of the equipment after it is made, after the structure is welded. If it is not welded properly, it has to be probably thrown out. So that's cost is very high today. That's why we need very skilled people, at the same time quality and the safety culture. And I would request, Professor, that how can you actually build in your curriculum very specific courses on the quality and EHS. This applies to all the spectrum across, all the courses across. Last one, of course, is the government commercial incentive like PLI, taxation, or the order book to sustain the production if somebody puts a factory. That probably, I'm sure government is doing work on this, but this needs to be also built in. Many countries, we operate in Australia. If your factory is empty today, they will give you order next day. They will come and discuss with you and sign off and give you order because they don't want people to be kicked out. They want people to be downsized and so on. So can we bring that? It will take time in our setup, but probably that also we need to think over. So today, Alstom in India is spending large R&D expenses. Almost 50% of our R&D is happening in India today. We are sharing almost 5% of our workforce here. That's a mandate we have target we had abroad. So we have to send 5% of workforce which we have employed here to outside. The objective is that they should learn, they should work outside, they should learn and come back from there in 5, 6, 7 years. Or some would get obviously permanently absorbed there. But this is again bringing the diversity of the people. The big presence in India, what we have to support the vision of the company, India for India and India for global. And that makes it real example of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And we are making heavy investment for Industry 4.0 implementation. India is set to become rail factory of the world. As I say, we are doing our little bit, but there are many players today. Even the Indian Railways companies, Indian Railway public sector units are actually exporting the products outside. And of course, in the end, we are partnering with the government, ready to shoulder the responsibility of making India a Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much. Or we can skip that maybe in having the lunch.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom and expertise with us and for showcasing Alstom's outstanding contributions to the field and the impact on the community. We have reached at the end of session 1. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all esteemed speakers for their engaging and enlightening talks. It is now time for a lunch break. We encourage you to use this time to refresh and engage with your fellow attendees. Please ensure your timely return to this hall at 3 p.m. as the second session will commence promptly. We have a compelling program awaiting you and we look forward to continuing this enriching experience. Please note, for all the esteemed dignitaries, faculty and staff, lunch is being served at the executive mess, and for students, the lunch is being served at the students' mess. Thank you once again.
Hello. Good afternoon, respected guests, honorable speakers, and enthusiastic participants. Epitome 2025 continues its journey of new ideas, discovery, and technological growth, bringing together bright minds and industry experts to build the future. With the support of our platinum sponsor DB, gold sponsor Airbus and Alstom, and our valued partners, this edition highlights innovative ideas and teamwork. This session is all about transportation infrastructure, a key part of modern progress. So, to dive deeper into the subject of transportation infrastructure, it is my honor to introduce Sri Praveen Kumar, Managing Director of Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited. Sri Kumar is a 1989 batch officer of the Indian Railway Service of Engineers, and he has over 3 decades of experience in mega railway infrastructure projects. His expertise span the entire project life cycle, from conceptualization to commissioning. With a strong command over international tendering, procurement, and collaborations with multilateral agencies like JICA and the World Bank. Having worked extensively on dedicated freight corridors for over a decade, he played a key role in overcoming challenges related to land acquisition, project execution, and procurement. Notably, he was instrumental in the commissioning of Rewari-Dadri section, linking the western and eastern DFCs. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sri Praveen Kumar as he shares his insights.
थैंक यू ऊपर खड़े हो जाए दिख नहीं रहा चलेगा दिख रहा है ओके गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू गुड आफ्टरनून मिस्टर चौधरी our friend Mr. Vinayak Dikshit and lot of other officers, students, welcome to this evening. In the morning, I reached here from Delhi at about 7 o'clock. While I was reading this brochure, I was excited to see the topic of the Epitome 25, that is Transport 360, which includes land, air, water, and beyond. Actually, I was very much excited about the word beyond. What do you mean by beyond? I thought about that. What is the meaning of beyond? I thought that one beyond a category can be Hyperloop. I think there is a lecture tomorrow on the Hyperloop. And you might have seen, a lot of students might have seen, even we have seen, one episode on the TV, Star Trek, in which human transportation was shown, that is E is equal to mc square, that is energy has been divided into packets and again reassembled. I think beyond can also signify and how the transportation of man and material can be done through this. Of course, ideas are limited, and that is the beginning. That is the epitome that which trigger the idea among the students that we can go anything if we think in that direction. Okay, with that, just I come to my topic. My topic is human resources for the transportation logistics. Next. यहाँ से है क्या? यही है ना? ठीक. और ये वाला? Next आगे. ठीक. I will be very brief regarding the logistics sector. This slide is giving actually a whole picture of Indian logistics sector. You see that in the transportation network, that is land, railways, airways, these are the total amount of the expense of various networks. For example, highways is about 63 lakhs kilometer, railways 1,32,700 kilometer, and is expanding. Everything expanding. 12 major ports, 200 minor ports, 131 plus operational airports, a lot of other things are there. As of now, this is giving a total big picture. I do not want to go into detail of this, but it gives an idea that Indian logistics sector is very, very huge. And as of now, from the source I have taken from the Niti Aayog, as of now, the logistics sectors in India, about 22 million employees are basically employed. That is a big chunk where it requires a lot of employment. Now, regarding the logistics, and especially about the dedicated freight corridor. Dedicated freight corridor was conceptualized in year 2006 with the main aim that logistics cost, which is very high in India, it is about 13 to 14% of the total GDP, we have to bring it down. And that is a concept of dedicated freight corridor, means that creating the network, which I call that is spinal cord for India, and on that pretext, 2 corridors have been sanctioned. That is namely the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, which starts from Ludhiana in Punjab and goes right up to Sonnagar in Bihar. And it is further extended up to Dankuni, that is about another 550 kilometers. That is fully commissioned. And the another corridor is Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, which starts from Dadri and right goes up to JNPT, that is Bombay. It is about 1500 kilometers. And barring the last patch of 100 kilometers is fully commissioned. Means the total about 5,700 track kilometers has been added by dedicated freight corridor, and now the impact is visible. And we have recruited for this management of this dedicated freight corridor about 3,200 personals, right from very top to bottom. And I'm very happy to say that with GSV also we have made an MOU, and from GSV we also are recruiting. On campus interview about as of now about 25, 26 GSV students are working in DFC, and they are wonderful. And the quality of students which we are working in DFC, they are wonderful. So that is about the logistics, and of course logistics and transportation industry is the economic driver, and this inefficiency, that is 14%, we want to bring it down. That is the main concept of the dedicated freight corridor. A simple diagram that economic development has inverse relationship with the logistics cost. Logistics cost, if it is less, then definitely economic development very high. And you know that India is not ranked very high. Otherwise, Germany, Japan, they are very efficient in transportation logistics. One thing I always say, that connectivity is a destiny. You might have heard about Japan after the World War II, that was totally ransacked. And when they improved the connectivity, now this is one of the best economy in the world. Why? Because they have provided the connectivity. And wherever country has done a tremendous job on the connectivity, and they have progressed well. And with the same logic, that dedicated freight corridor has been conceived. And more corridors, more and more economic corridors definitely will come. And we will be strengthening the spinal cord or backbone for the freight logistics. So connectivity is the destiny. What I mean that earlier, the economy of a country is being defined by the geography of the country. Now, geography of the country is basically has no meaning, provided we construct the logistics network, like different type of network, rail network, road network. Lot of things can be done. So wherever connectivity has been done, the country has prospered. And in that direction, India or Indian Railways has done a wonderful job. Government of India has done a wonderful job in conceptualizing this dedicated freight corridor. I already told that it's 13 to 14%. Our target is to reach about 8 to 10%. This is possible only because, could be possible only if we expand the dedicated freight corridor to the entire country. As of now, only the 2 corridors are there. And more corridor like East-West corridor, North-South corridor, East Coast corridor, South-West corridor, definitely they are in the pipeline. And on the request of the ministry, dedicated freight corridor has submitted the detailed project report for the 3 corridor amounting to about 5 lakhs crores of rupees, and total length is about 4,200 kilometers. That is 8,400 track kilometers. That is double line track. India's vast network and rail modal share. This is also one of the important items that over the period about 50-60 years, our rail share has reduced a lot. Earlier it used to be 85%, now it has reduced to 26%. And you know that rail transportation is one of the sustainable transportation compared to the road network. Only comes the best transportation network is the waterway. Of course, waterway is having its own challenges, but rail network is the most sustainable land transportation, and on which we are focusing. What I call the spinal cord of the transportation. East corridor, west corridor, east-west corridor, north-south corridor, east coast corridor, and southwest corridor. These are the various corridors that government is thinking to considering these corridors so that it can be taken up to reduce basically the logistics cost. Why? This is again a picture is showing that this is the golden quadrilateral. And this golden quadrilateral is only 16% length of the IR route kilometer, but it carries 58% of the total traffic. This is the fundamental genesis of going ahead with a dedicated freight corridor on this network, so that the entire freight from Indian Railway is transferred to the dedicated freight network, and the capacity is being released on the Indian Railway. It is having the lot many indirect benefits or direct benefits, that the speed of the transportation on freight network, our network is very, very high. It is about 55 km per hour, while it is in railways it's about 18 to 20 km per hour. We are having heavy haul, heavy loads. So a lot of USPs are there in our dedicated freight corridor, and which making the impact on the network. So these are the two corridors, I already told about it. And these are the various impact that is boosting operational efficiency, decongesting the busy IR network. And you know that passenger network is not a profitable earning. Only the main revenue is coming only from the freight network. And after we have commissioned these two corridors, now these two corridors is basically 4% of the total Indian railway network. And it is carrying now, it has already started carrying about 14% of the total freight. Means the impact is very, very high. You know that if more corridors comes, definitely this percentage will be very, very high, and we can be in a very, very profitable scenario. What are the various impacts? All these things I am telling because everything revolves about the human resources. And I assure you that the human resources are very much required for getting all these benefits. And GSV is doing a wonderful job in training and having a lot of initiatives and a lot of MOUs with various universities, various IITs. And in that direction, we also have established one heavy haul institute in Noida. And we have also done one MOU with GSV. And we are also having a lot of MOUs with various IITs, various international universities like Monash University and a lot of other universities. We are making the MOU. A lot of vendors are there with which we are doing the MOU, like Plaza. Plaza factory is there in Baroda. We also signed a MOU. We also signed a MOU with the Lorem, which is doing the rail grinding for the optimization of the rail traffic, rail life. So these are after the DFC has been commissioned. We have taken more than 300 trains on the ADFC and the WDFC. Reduction of the container traffic. It is almost reduced almost by 50%. Truck on train services from Palanpur to Rewari, all the Amul dairy trucks are basically loaded on the Palanpur. They go up to Rewari and unloaded, go to the last mile. Then in the evening, they is loaded on the trucks and go back to the Palanpur. This is one of the very premium services we have started. Now we are planning to increase this length up to Noida, and this side we want to increase up to Sanjali in Gujarat, so that this length can be increased. And other than this milk, we also want to explore the possibility of other traffic, so that road traffic can be transferred to the rail traffic. Transit time for the coal mines. Earlier, you might have heard that a lot of this resource constant was there for transportation of the coal to various thermal power plant in northern India. After the DFC has been commissioned, now they are having the surplus coal. And you know that this total 35 hours has been reduced to 20 hours. That our transportation is very, very high, and we are having very efficient transportation. And you might be surprised, you might have heard in the last year that Uttarakhand tunnel has collapsed. A lot of machinery was required to be transported to the site. And in that direction, one tunnel boring or vertical drilling machine has been transported with the help of dedicated freight corridor. Because it was a totally over dimension consignment, it is not possible to take it on the Indian railways because there is some issue of the dimensions. And we have carried from, I think it is from Gujarat, and we have carried up to Dadri, that is in Noida. From Dadri, it has gone on the roads because after that, Indian Railway cannot carry this because of the dimensional problems. That is one of the things that dedicated freight corridor can come to rescue to many things. Our army officials are also here, and we are going in hand. In Ambala, a lot of armies there, army areas there. We are having a very close relationship with the army with respect to dedicated freight corridor. High-speed cargo services. We are running through the agency that is Amazon, and it is working very well. And we are also wanting and exploring the extension of these services. We are also planning that our network is totally for the freight corridor. Freight. No trains, no passenger trains can run over there because it is not suited for the passenger train running because of the passenger amenity facility. Otherwise, it is fit for even for the running of trains. We are exploring the transportation like Vande Bharat freight trains, which can run at about 120 km per hour. It can start from Bombay. It can go up to the Dadi or anywhere, up to Sonnagar. So we are working on that. It can run at 120 km per hour. So we have discussed with Indian Railways that we are offering our services, our track for running this Vande Bharat freight trains. You see that this very high-speed cargo services can be developed with this Vande Bharat freight trains. Various other industrial corridors. Once we have created this backbone, like मधुमक्खी का छत्ता होता है, उसके बाद में सब लोग पास में आने शुरू हो जाते हैं. So because now this dedicated freight corridor is making impact on the network and the nearby area, lot of private parties are also coming. Tomorrow I am going to one station in Gujarat, that is Gothangam. I am going to inaugurate, DFC is going to inaugurate one Gati Shakti cargo terminal. It has been given to Messrs. Emirates. They will be transporting a lot of material which is otherwise being transported by the road network. Now it will come to the rail. And I think in another 3-4 months, we'll be commissioning one other multimodal logistics parks near Sanjali. It is being done on the public-private partnership. It is about investment of 200 crores is being done by one Samaria Logistics. And we are working in this direction. And lot of other multimodal logistics parks. We are creating like one in Tadri, one in Kanpur, one in Rewari. So lot of areas are there, potential areas are there. We can create our multimodal logistic parks with the main aim that we want to increase. We do not want to compete with the road network. We want to basically complement the road network so that entire inefficiency in the transportation logistics can be reduced, and road network can be used for the last mile connectivity. What are the various opportunities for the human resources? These are the various opportunities. You know that railway system is a very complex system. It is basically amalgamation of the civil engineering, electrical engineering, signaling, and management services. Like we are doing the freight cargo, freight management. Lot of avenues are there in which this lot of resources can be consumed. And in this direction, GSV will be doing a great role, basically to supplement in all these categories. Various opportunities for the manufacturing sectors. You know, one of the like structural steel, about 1 lakh OHE mass has been used in our network. And when the new corridors come, you know that how much impact will be there on the manufacturing sector. These are the various demands for the logistics. A lot of human resources will be there. And we are totally geared up by way of signing various MOUs with various universities, various GSV, and we are also having our own heavy haul institute at Noida. We are also giving training at our operational control center for the control operations of this dedicated freight corridor. We are having two control centers. One is at Ahmedabad and one is at Prayagraj. I would request Mr. Chaudhary, kindly send your these interns or officers or students to visit our networks or even visit the section. I am offering the internship for all these so that seeing is like what Mr. Chetri was telling, that degree will not be basically very important unless people learn and skill themselves up. Otherwise, degree will only remain degree. We are running very specialized programs in HHI. Lot of opportunities are there, and we are geared up to take up the new challenges. These are the various Gati Shakti cargo terminals I already touched upon. We are having 3 models: Gati Shakti Schedule 1, Schedule 2, multimodal logistic park, where we are having our land, where the private party has to acquire the land. There are various different models. The biggest one is the multimodal logistic parks, which is about more than 500 crores. There are various initiatives being done by dedicated freight corridor with the main aim that we want to transfer the road to rail so that it is environmentally sustainable. And our target with Mission 3000 of Indian Railway, that we want to contribute Mission 300 by DFC by Mission 3 by 2030. So we will be contributing about 300 million ton additional traffic, other than what is being transferred from Indian Railway to the dedicated freight network. That is a huge input to the Indian Railway, and this lot of traffic will be transferred from the road to rail network. In this direction, these are the various initiatives being taken by the dedicated freight corridor. Lot of connectivities. Vadhavan Port, Nandgaon Port, Hazira Port, will be connected by Western Corridor. These are various future things that I already talked about. Various corridors will be coming up in future. I already told about that. We are taking the graduates from the GSV, and they are doing exceptionally well in our network. Apart from that, just I want to highlight about 5-6 minutes about the technical innovation being done by DFC with the help of various vendors. Like L2M is sitting here. We have done one wonderful machine vision inspection system at Daud Khan. Professor Vinayak Dikshit is here. He has done the impact study of the dedicated freight network, and he will be further studying on what is the impact, overall impact on the Indian logistics. So these are, you might have about these 2 international corridors. All these 2 international corridors actually finally will be connected with the Vadhavan Port. And Vadhavan Port is connected with our station at Sanjali. Means that dedicated freight network basically will be connected with these international corridors. Of course, this is in conceptual stage, but at least some thought process already started that how to connect this DFC, dedicated freight network, to the international corridors. That is what I say, that connectivity is a destiny. The small setup we have at HHI, Heavy Haul Institute, we have developed and operationalized one innovation cell, and these are the various areas that we are working with. This is our one drone-based inspection system. As you know that as present we are doing totally manually. So we are hired, and we have hired one startup based at Noida for doing this drone-based inspection. Computerized train control. As of now, this entire train operations is being done by station masters. Now we are converting this to the operation control center. The entire train operations will be done by the sitting at one place by 2 corridors, one at Prayagraj, one at Ahmedabad. Actually, for this, our Honorable Minister has given a target that you kindly convert this dedicated freight network to the centralized traffic control. And this will be having huge safety things, that safety will be basically enhanced by this, doing this centralized traffic control. Hot axle box detector. Kavach, in the morning, Madam has told about this Kavach, that AMD is also participating in Kavach. We are converting the entire dedicated freight network enabled by Kavach. Machine vision inspection system done by L2M with the help of IISc Bangalore. Track recording car and OHE recording car. That is based with the artificial intelligence sensors, cameras. This is being done in India, that is Bangalore, that is San Engineering Manufacturing Facilities there. And they have tied up with Mermac, is a company, Italian-based company. So these cars are being developed at San Engineering Bangalore. And one car has already come, manufactured. It is under commissioning at Dadri. Dedicated freight information system, high-speed turnouts, broken rail systems, we have recently signed an MOU with IISc Bangalore and one IIT Roorkee for the broken rail detection system, because this is one of the very, very important area, because in past lot of derailment, lot of accidents have taken place only because of the rail fractures. We want to understand and we want to identify the rail fractures in advance so that no accident should take place. We have created Center of Excellence, intelligent remote monitoring system, especially for the turnouts. For the motor points, we are having lot of motor points are there. So we are basically creating a diagnostic system so that predictive maintenance can be done. And it is not that once it is out of order, then only we will go there. But we want that it must tell in advance that something is going to happen. Turnout measuring system, automatic, robotic, and gauge and crossover measurement system. There's some technical type of thing. This is the drone-based inspection. We have given a very, this work to a startup based at Noida. That startup is also doing a very good work for the Ministry of Defense also. This drone he is manufacturing. And all these things which is being done manually, we want that this can be replaced by this drone-based inspection. For this, no path is required for running this drone, because drone will fly above the overhead electric wires. This is CTC, I already told about that. This hot axle box detector, lot of hot axle defects are coming. So we have installed this hot axle at various locations. And by installing these hot axle detectors, we have basically avoided lot many accidents. And entire DFC network is basically enabled with this hot axle box detectors. This is machine vision inspection system done by L2M with the help of IISc Bangalore. It is running fine. Of course, it is based with artificial intelligence. It is in learning phase. Lot of other things has to be still integrated with this. And that has been appreciated by our Honorable MR and Railway Board, CRB. Chairman Railway Board has also discussed about this, and they want that this should be basically proliferated in Indian Railway network also. These are the photographs. It basically captures the photo and compares with what is the original. Then automatically detects and identifies, and message is given to the control center so that we can stop the train, we can go to the train and replace or stable the train. This is a track recording car. We have already procured. It is under commissioning. It is provided with all the optical sensors at the bottom of the undergear. So all the things which is being done manually, actually we want to replace by the track recording car. When this track recording car runs on the section, it is capable of running 100 kmph. So all the defects which is visible by the naked eye can also be detected by this track recording car. And this is being done with the collaboration with San Engineering and Marmac Italy. This OC recording car, it is under manufacturing. It will be, instead of track, it will be seeing the overhead electric wires. Vande Bharat, I already told about that. It can run about 120 kmph. And this is a great potential of high-speed cargo at lesser cost. We have signed about two systems with two IISc and University of Roorkee, IIT Roorkee. And about DFC, our Honorable Minister has told that DFC is doing a wonderful job, and he has applauded by saying that this is jewel of Indian Railways. Not once, twice. He is our Honorable Prime Minister. He has told in one of the speeches that EDFC and WDFC is the game changer of the India. Thank you. Any question? Or should I go and sit there?
Any questions from students?
From students.
You are also a student.
Sir, internship, what you are offering, how long are you offering, sir, actually? Internship for the students?
It is up to them.
Up to them.
4 months, upper limit is not there.
Not there,
Whatever
actually.
comfortable to the students.
Uh-huh.
And for how much time GSV or any other institutes can spare them, We are comfortable in receiving them and giving them.
DFCCL, okay.
3 months, 4 months, 6 months,
Yeah.
there should not be any problem.
Because normally, sir, in startups, we are seeing 1-2 months won't help. We are looking at 6 months to 1 year. If they are trained in DFCCL, then we can recruit them. Yeah.
That is the purpose. A lot of student manpower is there. Unless they learn practically by seeing the site. And in 1 or 2 months, it is definitely not possible.
Yes, sir.
A lot of intricacies are there. So I want that I offer about 6 months internship program. Dedicated straight time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, are you not planning autonomous wagons, sir?
Driverless autonomous wagons, sir.
The thing is that we are finding it very difficult because
Yes.
we don't have our own wagons,
Mhm.
own rolling stock. Entire rolling stock is basically from the Indian Railways.
Okay,
We are just a media for passing their freight to our network. We don't have any captive rolling stock, which we are running from one end to another. We are having our own rolling stock. Then this autonomous vehicle can be thought of. But as of now, because of this difficulty, we are not thinking about that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So on behalf of all students, current one, want to thank that DFCCIL has been our biggest recruiter so far. Right. And we promise to send more and more of these students to you as an employee. Right?
Sure.
So we request that for the final year batch which is graduating in the end of April, the DFCCIL may like to conduct the campus recruitment just like last year.
My HR, they will come very shortly
Yeah.
to recruit and to deliberate with your students.
Yeah, and also we will send our students, we'll discuss for internship. We have made our academic curriculum so flexible that last 6 months of the project, final semester project, they can do at industry. So currently they are 17 are doing it at Alstom, some are doing it at Hitachi. We would like that maybe a large number can also do with you and learn.
We can afford lot many because we are having huge network. We are having 14 chief engineers spread all over India. So all these students can be divided into different segments. So lot many students at a time can be given internship.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the role of DFC. It was an honor to have you here. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate Sri Praveen Kumar with a memento. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to welcome Major General R.S. Godhara with a bouquet. It's my honor to introduce Professor Vinayak Dikshit. He is a professor of transport system in the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering at University of New South Wales, Sydney. He is also the Director of Global Research and Innovation at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, through which he manages UNSW's global research, project seed grants, and startup expansion initiatives. His research integrates advanced technologies ranging from connected automated vehicles, electric mobility, and use of quantum computing in transportation system. He has collaborated with leading companies such as Google, Ford, and Delivery, embedding AI-driven optimization in real-world transport solutions. With over 230 publications and multiple patents in traffic optimization and quantum embedded vehicles control, His work has influenced policies and global research, shaping the future of next-gen transport technologies. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Vinayak Dikshit as he shares his valuable knowledge with us.
Thank you so much. It's my unique pleasure, honor to be here. To be standing here, I was sharing with Professor Chaudhary. When I started off, my first degree was in mathematics and computing, and I did probably 4 or 5 internships before I realized what I wanted to do in life, and it was transport. And that's where I think what Honorable MD Sir said and what the head of HR at Airbus mentioned, the idea of internships is really critical to figure out what you really want to know. And at that time, I decided I wanted to do a PhD in transport. And a lot of friends and family were like, why do you want to, after doing maths, you could be a trader, you could be doing anything. Why are you needing to study transport, to be a transport control manager? For me at that time, it was very clear that transport is a science, and which has where you need to build knowledge about the interaction, about the various components of the systems, the various actors of the system, which includes companies. It's not only the technology, people, and that interaction is what makes the system efficient or not efficient. And it's testament to that we have this university, Gati Shakti University, the first university which identifies transport as a science in India, and it's really going to play a huge role in the development of this country. Thank you. So what I'm going to start about today to talk about, the slide is a bit wonky, but is the evolution from intelligent to smart transport, right? So there was a decade of discussion about intelligent transport systems. And the way you think about intelligent transport systems is essentially about gathering intelligence. It is about having sensors and being able to get data. And it was all about trying to figure out what technology do I need to put to get data and what kind of data do I need. But with the advent of technologies, sensors which are sitting in our phones, we have moved to the era of smart transport systems, where you can not only gather the intelligence, but actually act on it. And that's where the smartness comes. And so what is really influencing that, what is driving that, are 3 major things. One is ubiquitous connectivity. So in the early days, probably even in 2000, when I was graduating, the need for connectivity was a cost, where I needed to actually lay down wires and lines to actually ensure, like we needed landlines to actually speak to each other. We don't need that anymore. We have 5G, 4G. We are well connected pretty much, except for certain regions, but mostly we are quite well connected. Ubiquitous data. Everybody's holding a sensor, either from a camera-based system to an inertial sensor. And that's what's created this whole this thing of ubiquitous data. And the last one is then driving those to develop reliable models. Those reliable models are all the way from the current generation of AI to models based on existing science. So I'll talk a little bit about deep data transport analytics. So the idea of ubiquitous data, right? So this is a data of one of my colleagues. And this is the data collected for 1 year, which is sitting on his phone, right? So this is telling you exactly where they have been traveling around the world. And more specifically in Sydney, where are they traveling and what work do they do? Where do they go and what time of the day? And you can actually use this data to get insights about mobility patterns, about congestion, about the need for infrastructure. Where should you be actually placing the infrastructure to support that movement, if I am able to collect that data at scale? We are able to actually now use that data to do predictive safety. And I'm talking not in railways, actually I'm talking about roads. The idea being I can predict right now with accuracy of around 75 to 80% the likelihood of a crash happening on a road 5 minutes before it happens. And that's purely based on the idea that if there is going to be variations in my traffic stream, there's variations in occupancy, there's variations in speeds, there is going to be potentially a high likelihood of a rear-end crash, because people are driving generally with expectations of no such fluctuations in the traffic stream. And you can improve that by using AI models. There are some fantastic technologies that were out there, and one of them was actually using some of those data and those models around predictive analytics. We have used this for adaptive traffic systems, where we have implemented these in Bombay, Pune, Noida, globally in Indonesia, where we really don't need to put, we don't need to use camera, we don't need to put sensors on the road. We just use Google traffic data or TomTom traffic data, because everybody's traveling. We know how much congestion is there. That is pretty much what the data you use to determine where, how you're going to travel, how you're going to route yourself. So it's a reliable source of congestion. And we have been able to reduce congestion by 30 to 35% in Bombay on certain intersections. In Thane, we were able to actually reduce the evening peak, like not have the evening congestion, just by coordinating the traffic at that one stretch. Now, we have all these data, right? So now these data need to actually help inform decision-making. So the best way to inform decision-making is through having reliable models. And you have these series of, in transport, you have these layers of models which you use, all the way from operational micro level, where you're simulating and modeling, and I'll give you some examples and show you that, simulating and modeling each individual in your network, all the way to a macro level, where you're modeling the entire nation and trying to figure out, if we put the EDFC or the WDFC, what is going to be the impact on GDP? What is the impact in terms of jobs? What is the impact? And these are the questions which the nation is grappling with, or any decision maker at a municipality is grappling with. That uncertainty about whether I should be investing 5 crores here or 5 crores somewhere else. And having these models actually provides a systematic way, a scientific way for evidence-based decision making. So this was, in fact, the first simulation model which we used for evidence-based decision making was in Mumbai, particularly in Haji Ali. When the flyover, the C-Link was coming into Haji Ali, there was no simulation study that was done. So it just came in there, and there was huge amounts of congestion. So the idea was to actually reduce the travel time, but everybody would come there and get stuck at Haji Ali. So right now what you do is you have to turn left, take a roundabout, and come back. And that was a simple solution, a cost-effective solution with no monetary investment that was needed to be done from a flyover perspective or anything. It was just based on managing traffic streams and using these simulation models to help support that. So we have actually built the largest simulation model in the world for the entire national capital territory of Delhi, which is now going into informing the design of flyovers, the design of tunnels within there, how do you decongest certain sections, bust out black spots. So evaluation of 104 black spots, 890. And we have done this work with actually Indian companies like Medulosoft. So working with companies to translate our academic understanding to actual practical solutions. This is another solution, and this is more in the rail, is looking at pedestrian simulation models and looking at how we can model, I think it's a video there. We'll go through this really quickly, but the idea is you can actually simulate each pedestrian or each individual going through a station. And you can use this for evacuation management, for using it for actually design of the platform. How should the platform be designed? Actually, we've also had advertisers come and ask us about how to use this, because they want to understand where should they place their advertising billboards so that they can make the most revenue out of those. So there's huge opportunities around these for evidence-based decision-making and actually supporting disaster mitigation as well as design of these roadways, design of these stations. We have done similar work now. Because of that, there was work done in faith-based organization, temples, etc. as well. We have collaborated with the Ministry of Road Transport and DFCIL. We have built the largest model in the world, where it's basically called a CGE model. It's basically a transport economic model. So the question always comes across all the ministries is, should we be investing in roads or should we be investing in rail? And then the aviation ministry comes in and says, what about us and what about shipping? So having a national model where you can actually put in these infrastructure and actually evaluate what is the impact on GDP, what is the impact on commodity costs, it helps provide a systematic way of evaluating from an economic-based perspective the impact and their value of these infrastructure in terms of time. It also helps in staging them as well. Should I be putting the road first or should I be putting the rail first? So we have actually undertaken this and we have done a whole bunch of work around this for the Ministry of Roads and for WDFC. We, in fact, published a paper for the WDFC, which was able to identify the significant impact it has had to the economic growth of India's GDP or during its piece. So you can actually understand what's going to be the impact across commodity prices. And I know as engineers, I'm an engineer, we're like, why are we getting into the economics, into the broader social questions? Because that is what drives the engineering needs, right? Like, why are we building roads? Why are we building rail? It is to be able to answer these questions. We are able to solve these social problems. And being able to actually connect that to this is so critical. Even if you're a rail engineer, a track engineer, having a sense of being able to connect that to this is a critical part of that decision making when you go to your manager and are trying to make a business case for these. We have used those models to actually develop and implement a work zone impact strategy estimation tool, which is a maintenance tool, which has been discussed. Natural disasters and resiliency plans. So this is another area which is a trend which is happening because of climate change and risks associated to that. How can we use these models to provide options to the government or options to decision makers around resiliency planning? How should you actually, should you be creating more links? Should you be strengthening those links by reducing their vulnerability? All those questions can go into the cost-benefit analysis of this. I'll skip this. The other areas which are emerging has, of course, been autonomous vehicle research and across the space, all the way from intersection management to vehicle assessment to consumer behavior and risk and safety assessment. All of these are huge areas of emerging work globally. Human factors in safe systems. I think this is worldwide accepted as an area. Before we put in any tunnel or any road, actually the design has to pass through human factors. Is it drivable? Is it, when a driver is driving through it, do they feel safe? Do they actually end up braking unintentionally? All of that is a factor which goes into the design. We really need, right now, most of the designs are based on guidelines which are either put by the IRC code or by, but we don't have the human element of actually closing that feedback loop into the design. And we really need to, I think that's one area we can actually focus on and help influence safety. If we can bring in the human factors in the design of the vehicles, design of the infrastructure. So we have been using that. So now we are working closely with CIRT, Pune. In fact, we have train simulators as well for actually training train drivers who are to actually evaluate and give them feedback on better driving and safety. The more emerging area, I have not touched on AI because I think now it has, even though everybody says that it is, we are at the cusp, at the starting. I think from a research perspective, a lot of work has already been done, and there's a lot which will come more. But it is well known, right? Like in our generation that AI is here, AI is useful, AI is there. One area which is really useful, and it's been picked up by the government of India through the National Quantum Mission as well, is quantum computing, and actually quantum communications as well. So quantum computing can actually solve really, really hard problems. And we have a lot of hard problems in transport. All the way from job scheduling, repair scheduling, routing, rerouting, facility location, work zone planning, all of these. And these are hard problems which we know quantum computing can actually solve efficiently and reliably. In fact, there's a study which was done at the Los Angeles port where they were able to increase by 60% the deliveries per crane per day by just using their models. We have actually deployed them. We have worked with delivery. We have worked with other companies, car companies, on actually implementing some of this into vehicle systems as well as transport systems. In fact, one area, I know there are a lot of electrical engineers here as well, is quantum communications. In fact, India has one of the top 2 quantum communication companies in the world. It's called QNU Labs. In fact, their infrastructure their technology is being deployed in the US, Europe, Australia, and I know they're doing a lot of work here. And they are a very useful technology for securing links of communications. And they have been, I believe, talking with Ministry of Railways as well as Ministry of Transport around securing the communications on those transport links. So with that, thank you.
Any questions? Yes?
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, since you mentioned you have created since the head office is situated in Sydney, and you are designing the system, or you're designing the model for India. So how far can it be reliable or feasible to implement the plan which you are doing?
We've got a team here actually sitting here in India, and I come here once a month. So we are actually working and developing these models here in India, not based in Sydney. Otherwise, if it was based there, I would not have the confidence to actually present any of those results, because I would believe that there would be a huge disconnect between. So one of the things, it's a very interesting point you make actually. Anytime you develop any of these models, you have to be embedded in that place, because there are assumptions you're making, because you can't find all the data to drive those models. You really need to be in place, in situation. So if I'm developing a model for DFCIL, I will be sitting in DFCIL. You need to be there because you need to understand the constraints and then convert that into a mathematical model to actually represent that. Because otherwise, if you're sitting somewhere far away, you make assumptions which are going to be radically off. So it's a fantastic point, a good pickup. Thank you.
Not a question, but 3 things that I must tell. Firstly, I want the audience to realize that as a professor in world's top university, by the way, UNSW is ranked 19th, 19 in the world, right? Professor Dixit finds time. Professor Dixit finds time to think about India and to solve the problems in transportation for India. And he mentioned he comes to India once every month. It's a very, very big thing. You can understand traveling is so difficult from so far. So want to really thank you for that. Secondly, to Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, last night you flew from Australia and this morning you are here. making a special trip to Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to be able to talk to us. Really want to thank. Thirdly, of course, during our recent discussions and trip, he helped us a lot more. He is also a global research director at UNSW. We shall build a partnership and formalize soon between GSV and UNSW, possibly and most likely including student exchange and those kind of programs that can help our students. But more than that, I have personally requested Professor Vinayak Dixit to be honorary visiting professor of GSV. So I'm looking forward to your. Every month you come to India, also come to GSV so that we can build these models. So these are the three things I just wanted to thank you for. And
so, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for. I might be sitting in Sydney, but my heart is here. It has always been here. And for me, the fact that GSV has been set up and it's being led by accomplished and it's exciting period for GSV and for India to embark on this road towards transport science or rail line towards transport science or just a mode. And that's what's actually kind of got me excited about this. In fact, when I was sitting, I went outside to see some of the innovative projects across fuel. There's interesting work around even recycling, which I think can be commercialized. And we're happy as UNSW and as the director. I believe I have the authority, but I would love to see some of them come and spend time with us. We have a program, a founders program, which is one of the top in the world. We are ranked first in Asia Pacific, but 8th globally in number of unicorns we produce. But the work, some of them actually has the potential to scale not only in India, but also globally. And we'd like to be part of that journey for the students here. And I see a huge opportunity. So thank you.
We're really honored to hear about transportation research from you, sir. Thank you so much for your insights. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, now to felicitate Professor Vinayak Dixit with a memento of respect. Now, moving forward, it is my privilege to introduce Major General Rai Singh Godara, a highly distinguished officer of the Indian Army, an alumnus of Sainik School Chittorgarh and the Indian Military Academy, Dehradun. He was commissioned into the 21st Mechanized Infantry Regiment in 1991. Over the course of his illustrious career, he has served in counter-insurgency operation, held key command and staff appointments, and contributed significantly in mechanized warfare along India's northern and western borders. A subject matter expert in tank technology and design, Major General Godara has played a pivotal role in defense modernization, leading crucial Make in India projects such as Futuristic Infantry Combat Vehicle and Nag anti-tank missile. He has also represented India in United Nations peacekeeping mission in Angola, where his leadership earned high commendation. Currently serving as the Additional Director General of NCC Directorate Gujarat, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu. He continues to contribute to nation building by mentoring and inspiring future leaders. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to Major General Rai Singh Godara.
I know it is the second half of the day, and fortunately, the Vice Chancellor, sir, has upgraded me from the last speaker to the second last speaker. But I'm happy, I'm honored to be part of this Gati Shakti University, a major annual event, and with such youth, public with energy. I belong to NCC today, and I'm happy to be part with the youth today. Jai Hind, and good afternoon to you all. My big thanks to the Vice Chancellor, sir, and the staff of Gati Shakti University. You invited me. I have come to Gujarat in month of January. It is third month for me. Fortunate to be in Vadodara. I got about 10-15 minutes of talk. It'll be more of visuals and a connect with youth. So I have less of lecture part of it, more of connect with you. National development, or we say what is relevant to us, to this generation, is Viksit Bharat 2047. The vision and the mission of Honorable Prime Minister. Maybe Gati Shakti is a major contributor to this. I may not speak mainly on this word. We all understand it. But who is responsible for this Viksit Bharat 2047? When I say in India, it's responsible for every citizen. Do I put them in segments of North India, South India, West India, East India? Do I put them to various categorization by profession, whether academicians or government servants or industrialists or somebody else? Do I put them into various age profile, senior citizens, middle age or youth, or all? Okay, then I amplify my question. Who has got major stake in developed India of 2047? Senior citizen who may have 10 to 15 years left with him. He's contributed his best. Or the middle age. Or youth like me. Yeah. Whatever I contribute today, the fruits are seen by me or enjoyed by me for another 15 to 20 years. But whatever contribute you today is there for you for next 50 to 60 years, maybe more. I wish every one of you enjoy more than for 80 years. So if it's your stake is highest, who should contribute highest to the developed India 2047? The youth. I'm happy to be representing Department of Youth. That's why I speak on NCC. Please listen carefully. This beautiful department of National Cadet Corps came up with independent India after our independence in 1947. Since our armed forces that time or security forces were not developed the way it is today, 1962, our debacle with China opened our eyes that we need to have a responsible citizen group. We should be able to contribute to the nation in the time of crisis. So 1965 and 1971 was the time when we had more than 1 crore Indian citizens as part of NCC, voluntarily. And there were NCC cadets, teams which were responsible for second line defense actively, even using firearms, protecting our vital installations, vital areas, areas of communications and logistics. So there were no less than active soldiers participating in 65 and 71. So that's how the NCC has come up. In 2014, our strength was 14 lakh. Today, NCC is 20 lakh size force. And we claim it to be the largest force wearing uniform for any country in the world. And our vision as of now is to take it to 25 lakh. Our phase 1 of expansion is starting now on 1st April 2025. Phase 2 in another 2 years, and by next 5 years will be a force of 25 lakh rupees. Sorry, why I say rupees? 25 lakh responsible Indian citizens. So if that is the NCC, I'll now take you to what is the concept of NCC. Next, please. Audio. Okay, we go ahead without audio, no issue. Okay, the aim of NCC is to create a pool of organized, trained, and motivated youth with leadership qualities. That's why I say you take the honors of 2047, you need to have all these qualities with you. And all walks of life. Although we motivate people to join forces, but there's nothing binding on you. So all walks of life, when I finish my presentation, I'll tell you, there are NCC cadets who are doctors, who are engineers, who are businessmen, but in times of crisis, they all come up and contribute themselves. So our aim is to give you the positively motivated citizens of India. And our motto is unity and discipline. We believe all regions, all castes, creed, all segments are one for us. That's why we wear single uniform. We differentiate only with a uniform color, that is whether you're an Army NCC unit or Air Force unit, or you're a Naval Air Force NCC unit. Next, please. Our contributions, although they may be looking academics on the slide, but when I do almost 50 plus activities with these NCC cadets in a year, I'll put them into a group. They adjust to each other. They go through physical training. They go through leadership capsules. They have been putting through situations where they start making decisions. End of the complete NCC cycle, whether it's my junior division of schools or senior divisions of colleges, I create responsible youth from the boys. So when we say in Indian Army Academy of Air Force Navy, we create gentlemen cadets out of boys. Here we create responsible youth out of boys. Next, please. This is recorded with Ministry of Defense. Anybody who joins my NCC, I'll be able to expose you what are the actual contributions of NCC during our operations, mainly for logistics and security as the defense, second defensive line. Next. In India, this 20 lakh students are looked after by 17 directorates. The directorates are basically region-based. Gujarat is one. There are 16 more. So more than 2 states are generally clubbed into one directorate. Today, Indian Army, Air Force, Navy has spared 2,000 officers for NCC, almost 20,000 of my junior commissioned officers and NCOs for training. We have a pool of more than 30,000 teachers, professors from the education institutes who are connected to us. Please pay attention. Yeah, this is relevant to you. To train 20 lakh students or cadets, we have contribution of 30,000 plus teachers, professors who have also voluntarily decided to wear uniform, do certain refresher courses with us, develop that capability and contribute to the training. We call them associate NCC officers. We call them caretaker officers. And for girls, we have the girls cadet instructors or full-time lady officers with us. So this team of, I say 30 teachers, NCC instructors, and 22,000 of combatants of our Army, Air Force, Navy is the force or the nucleus with us, which handles the training and the leadership qualities through various camps in India. In Gujarat, I have 43 units. We have covered 33 districts, all 33 districts. We have a presence of either Army or Air Force or a naval unit. And I have 947 education institutes enrolled with Directorate of Gujarat today. In Vadodara, I have an air unit, I have an Army NCC unit, and we have naval unit in Navsari. Other than this, I have 4 more group headquarters. Vadodara is one. Anand, we call it VV Nagar. Then we have Ahmedabad, and then we have Rajkot and Jamnagar. Jamnagar Directorate or the group headquarters has come up about 7 years back. So from 4 we graduated to 5. Next, please. When I say I develop good qualities in youth, these are the training activities we do. Please pay attention to the visuals here. Okay, I've shown you 2 videos. One was flying a microlight. I must share with you, I got 3 Air Force units and I got 8 microlights in Gujarat with me. 3 of them are in Vadodara, others are in Ahmedabad and Bhavnagar. People who have the passion for flying, if you go to any flying academy, it's a huge cost to your pockets. Parents may not agree, but NCC gives you an opportunity there. If you're interested in sailing in the sea, Gujarat gives an opportunity. Recently, I conducted an exercise from Porbandar to Diu, covering almost 210 kilometers on 3 sailing boats. Instead of they spending money, we give them incentives. So I say NCC, in case you have passion for any activity, NCC is the right place to do it. I shown you another video clip of Ekta Divas that we celebrate 31st October at Kevadia at Statue of Unity every year. And a troop of almost 500 NCC cadets participate. 75% are from Gujarat. Why? The Gujarat youth loves to dance, love singing, love dancing. So NCC gives you the opportunity for every passion you have, whether it's flying, soldiering, singing, dancing, acting. Today, I have 3 students out in Nepal on youth exchange program. 1 in Nepal, 1 in Mauritius, 1 in Singapore. Do you pay anything from your pocket? No, we give you incentives. So, NCC is the right organization in case somebody has got little bit of inclination in him to develop the personality, explore the ocean of opportunities for you. And then, while you enjoy your training, we achieve our aim to make you a responsible citizen of India, whether you're uniform or not. Before I finish my presentation, I say that मैं NCC में था. I'm from Sainik School, Chittorgarh. I was the NCC cadets. The officer sitting with me was an NCC cadet here in Ahmedabad in one air NCC squadron. A lot of us in uniform were risen right up to the chief for respective arms. Currently, our naval chief and army chief are again NCC cadets. So, NCC motivates you definitely to do better in life, but that's not the end all. If you contribute to the growing India, in the development of nation, in whatever walk of life you are, NCC is satisfied that we did our job. और एक बार मैं आपको बता दूं, after converting to NCC profile here, I've interacted with NCC cadets. Those are in the age bracket of 50-60 in Ahmedabad. तो चलने में खनक है एक बार जो वर्दी पहन लेता है, उसका आत्मविश्वास, उसका चलने का अंदाज और ज़िंदगी में कोई भी चीज़ आ रही हो, कोई भी काम करता हो, उसको टैकल करने का अंदाज बदली हो जाता है. तो इफ़ यू आर लुकिंग फॉर दैट काइंड ऑफ एन एटीट्यूड, दैट काइंड ऑफ इंडिविजुअल इन यू, प्लीज़ कम फॉरवर्ड, join NCC. We will train you, we'll make you responsible. Thank you so much, sir, that Vice Principal sir showed interest that we want NCC in Gati Shakti University. We are positively inclined. We will see. We have 2 ways of starting NCC. We'll work on that, and very soon I wish that we have the NCC logo in our university campus and we have more students coming forward for joining NCC. Thank you so much and all the very best.
थैंक यू. जैसा कि मैं हमेशा अपने बच्चों को कहता हूं कि आप अच्छे इंजीनियर बने, अच्छे मैनेजर बने, जो कुछ भी बने, अच्छे नागरिक जरूर बनना. फॉर दैट, whatever is required in this university, we shall always take those steps. If in the university we have to have NCC unit, I requested Major General Godara, who is now in charge of Gujarat, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Diu, all areas, and within my making him a call, 2 minutes, उन्होंने बोला लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल जॉर्ज डिसूजा वडोदरा में है, आपके यहाँ से नोडल ऑफिसर अपॉइंट कीजिए एंड वी विल डू इट. सो डॉक्टर सुनील शर्मा, our faculty member, was appointed nodal officer in 15 minutes, and he went and met Lieutenant Colonel George D'Souza, and now we are in the process of filling all the requisite forms. Hopefully very soon we shall have NCC unit here in the Tisakti. So I requested General Godara to come and talk and address during Epitome to all of us, and he accepted immediately. I really want to thank you for coming. And who knows, in Viksit Bharat 2047, the first chief may come from Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, right? So thank you so much for coming.
I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Major General R.S. Godara for his inspiring address. Thank you, sir, for making a lasting impact in our minds. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate Major General R.S. Godara with a memento. As we continue with today's next speaker, It's an absolute honor to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, a leader whose work has significantly shaped infrastructure, policy, and governance at both national and international levels. Shri Davinder Sandhu, a senior advisor for DB Engineering and Consulting. With a distinguished career spanning 35 years, he has worked across government, the World Bank, and the private sector, holding leadership roles in transport infrastructure, operations and management, disaster response, and social sector development. His career includes key positions such as Sector Director at the Prime Minister's Office, Government of India, India's representative at the Executive Board of the World Bank Group, Head of Network Operations at the Indian Railways. Beyond his work in India, Shri Sandhu has strong international experience, having worked in more than 10 countries. He has also played an instrumental role in bilateral and multilateral policy dialogues as a delegate in UNGA, ASEAN, BRICS, IBSA, ASEM, SAARC, G20, and the Commonwealth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Shri Davinder Sandhu.
This is the one. Okay. आगे के लिए ये है ना. Back here. Okay. Yeah, thank you once again. Let's share some thoughts on this idea. First and foremost, Major General Godara, you're looking at an NCC cadet for 3 years. All through my 3 years of graduation. The Punjab University offered that I could drop a subject and take up, it used to be called military training, which was NCC. So I was an NCC cadet for 3 years and proudly carried on my graduation degree. So thank you for you and for your colleagues and the NCC of at least trying to make me a good human being. So thank you so much for that. So let's focus on this particular subject that your Vice Chancellor has asked me to share my thoughts on it. Usually this is one area that gets ignored. What is policy? I mean, it's always so much more exciting to see running trains and buildings and inaugurations and all those things seem very exciting. But what is this policy that, what is this animal, if I may say, that is there? Can you give me that? I think that's better. Let me come up. Hello. Yeah, okay. So it is said that if there is no policy, then infrastructure is nothing but concrete. Because you can take a lot of steel, take a lot of concrete, dump it in one place and that is infrastructure. But it is policy that makes infrastructure. And let me submit a thought for all of you here. Everything that you see here around you is only policy in 3 dimensions. What is the height of this roof? What is the maximum size allowed? How many doors must there be? What is the evacuation rate of cubic feet of air per minute in an air-conditioned hall? All that is written in policy documents. And finally, everything that we do as infrastructure makers, operators, builders, maintainers is transforming that policy into 3-dimension objects. If policy changes at any point of time, the 3-dimension objects will change. For example, if a differently abled inspector comes in, he may ask you that remove these steps because this is not the policy for disabled friendly. This has to be a ramp. It cannot be a step. And I'm taking a very simple example, but there are policy changes that have implications of millions and billions of dollars in existing infrastructure because the nation now wants to think differently. It has a new way of making infrastructure and lays down a different policy. It should be green. That means that I may now have an additional cost. I may have different funding models that go into place. So do understand the fact that infrastructure is a policy instrument. Infrastructure is that which the policy has asked to be made. A policy will change, then it will change who built it, who's financing it, who's serving it. Finally, it's up to the policy makers to lay the shape of that. So please understand this statement. Everything that you see around you is nothing but policy in 3 dimensions. That's how important it is. So let's see the global examples. Around 7 years ago, $1.2 trillion of infrastructure and investment in something called the Jobs Act, and also very cleverly worded as Inflation Reduction Act by the Biden administration, but was actually a lot of green initiatives came into that. A lot of climate and equity focus came into that. We are all hearing that the new administration is having a rethink on all that. So again, see, that policy created a potential funding stream of $1.2 trillion over the next 10 years. In the last 1 month that we are thinking of a policy change, perhaps all that had been designed and about to be implemented and financed is likely to undergo a change. So we didn't see that policy as a kind of something that we can touch. But how important it is, it changes the complete direction of as large as $1.2 trillion of investment that the USA had planned. What is China's Belt and Road Initiative? It is, again, a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure funding program, but flows from a policy of geopolitical strategy. So it's a policy that's finally driving that investment, and policy is driving which bridges, which roads, which railways, which ports get made. And as infrastructure builders of India, we have to be extremely cognizant of that. And I put this in very provocatively for all of us to consider. Because at the end of the day, we are a rising power. And in our infrastructure ambitions, we will face challenges. And I hope that this university will bring those challenges home to you. For example, the challenge that we face in, let us say, a Chabar port versus a Gwadar port. How do our geopolitical adversaries allow us to develop Chabar when we are actually, and we don't allow our interest to be upset by a Gwadar? Or how the new IMEC, the International Maritime Economic Corridor that has been announced by the G20, which India is pushing, and next month I'm part of a global roundtable that we're bringing in all the Middle Eastern ambassadors around it and things like that, how India pushes that. So you as part of the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya looking at infrastructure, you should at all times remain aware of these things that also go in place. And I would request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to keep on bringing in people who talk to you about policy and talk to you about policy changes as they are happening within government programs, and also the international dimensions that come in as these examples that I've given. Because finally, BRI is nothing but a policy. And some of it may be a policy, we can speak within the closed walls of this institution, a policy of some kind of encirclement of India also. So be aware that infrastructure is based on a background policy all the time. Look at the Indian context that we are looking at now. The National Infrastructure Pipeline is a $1 trillion program in place for the last 3 years. We are behind targets because of the COVID, but we are recovering very well. Look at the budget. Look at the general budget that has come out over the last 3 years. What is happening in the committed capital expenditure that is being put into the budget? Anybody can give me an idea what is the amount of capital expenditure that the budget is, let's say this last budget, what is the amount of capital expenditure that the government has promised? Is very critical for all of you. 110,000 crore. Who said what, please? 110,000 crore. 11.18
lakh crore.
That's the right figure. So, no, I'm only saying because it places correctly into billions. So, 11.8 lakh crores. Now I ask you, what was it last year? It's not important to remember. I'm going to make a point. Last year was 10.5. Last year, usse pehle jo tha was keeping the same CAGR sort of thing. So what is the government indicating to you by this policy statement?
that I, as the government of India, am now committed to building infrastructure as a policy. Earlier, the capex expenditure that used to be put into government programs, the budget especially, was on a bit of a sinusoidal curve. Kisi saal zyada, kisi saal kam. And if you are an infrastructure developer, you are never sure what is the new policy going to be. Will I get more next year? Will I get next year? Should I, buy my capital equipment? Should I buy the bulldozers? Should I, make all those investments or not? As a result, delivery periods were delayed. If I wanted to take up building a road, I may not have capital equipment to build that because I'm not clear whether next year you are going to have the budget to pay me or not. But now the budget represents a policy statement of the government. It is the apex policy statement. It says every year I am willing to commit increased capital expenditure to building infrastructure in India. Therefore, we all see an appetite for the private sector to come in and invest and match the government with the kind of funding that the government is providing. It's a policy statement, a policy resolution, a policy direction by the government that over the next 10 years to 2030, we will continue to invest these kind of numbers in India's capital expenditure. Gati Shakti program. How did it come about? The Prime Minister had already implemented the Gati Shakti as part of BISAG when he was Chief Minister here. That was already available. So when the government started coming out with a policy which said, there are all kind of global challenges around us. Our geopolitical adversaries are also trying to encircle us. It is something that we need to do around us in the rim of the Indian Ocean. It is something that we need to do in African nations, where also we have a geopolitical challenge. We have a lot of youngsters that I see in front of me. We need jobs. We need growth. Therefore, what is the policy response? We need to build infrastructure. If we need to build infrastructure, we need to give a clear message and commit that, okay, this is the money that is available. But then how do you use that money? As infrastructure planners, you are aware, सड़क अनाउंस हो जाती है, वो हाई टेंशन वायर रिमूव नहीं हुआ होता है, 2-3 साल जो है उसी के पीछे लोग लगे रहते हैं. So all projects get delayed. So the next response to that policy response was Gati Shakti बनाइए. Gati Shakti, I hope this place should be a complete expert on making sure that the target of Gati Shakti is to make sure that the delivery of projects take place to time, because it assists in pre-planning activities. Typically, when Indian case studies were studied, most of the time was being spent on execution and less on planning. The Japanese, by the way, spend 80% of a project life cycle on planning and only 20% on execution. As a result, execution is perfect. हमारा उल्टा होता था, हम चालू हो जाते थे पहले लेके और आगे जाके दीवार आती थी रुक जाते थे. Gati Shakti prevents that. So see, these are policy responses. This is the policy which is guiding and directing these things which are coming in finally and implementing and showing itself in implementation. Okay, but then how do we reach the last miles? So the policy says Gati Shakti, Awas Yojana, Har Chat pe solar, Har Ghar pe nal. So see, everything is flowing from a common pool of policy, of creating jobs, of pushing forward economic growth, of addressing our challenges, geopolitical, internal, external. So understand that while all of these things, if we see them in isolation, they appear to be actually isolated. But when you bring them together, you understand that they come from a common source of a policy response of the government. And bankers understand this. Investment developers understand this. Foreign investors understand this. And therefore, you will find a long-term flow of finances that keeps on coming into India, into the capital expenditures, roads, ports, airports, world's largest growing civil aviation economy. Our friends from Airbus were in the morning. An economy now focusing on defense industrial corridors, now getting into export of defense rather than import of defense. A lot of R&D capital being committed by the private sector into defense R&D, developing our own weapons, guns, small arms, howitzers. I think we are all proud of the fact that the world's longest firing howitzer is now Indian. It is the Bharat Forge Tata ATAGS, which has been announced to be approved by the Cabinet Committee on Security last week, which is the longest firing howitzer of 155 mm in the world simply. And people are wanting it. So it was a policy change of Make in India, of that design, develop, manufacture, the various defense acquisition policy that came in place. So that policy is now leading to actions that you can see. This is what I want to embed in your mind, that always be clear about the basic policy that is firing those actions which are coming into play. If we see all these buildings, the urban centers, the smart cities, all these things, metros, it is basically the policy of the government that is coming into 3D. You are the students who are getting ready for a infrastructure of the future. If you look at the future, what is the policy saying? There is a global shift. Decarbonization, we know we're talking of that. Lowering of emissions, we are talking of that. So tell me, what can anybody who wants to answer this? Now that the US government is saying that there is no need for going global, and they are withdrawing from the Paris Accords, the Conference of Parties on Paris Accords and on climate change, what should India do? What is India's response? They should focus on? No, in terms of infrastructure, tell me what this means when we are saying decarbonization and ESG and sustainability. Okay, so I mean, look at infrastructure. Let me submit a thought to you. Just because another country says that now it is no longer important to be, going the electric way, or that we are withdrawing from the climate accords, India is not going to do that. Because India is very clear on a policy shift. India says, I know what matters in the world. Two things matter. One is food, other is energy. If you have food and you have energy, you don't need to bother about anybody else. Today, India is the largest food producer. We know when we became independent, we had famines. We were asking others to give us food. We've solved that problem. The Green Revolution, our scientists, our agriculture scientists, our farmers, our policymakers, government, everybody's gotten together. We are the world's largest food producing nation. It's usually alternates between India and China, kabhi wo hote hain, kabhi hum hote hain, but largest food producing. We solved that problem. We are not dependent on others for food. The second thing is energy. Why did the Dutch, why did the French, and why did the Spaniards and the British go around the world making colonies? To extract the resources. Extract coal specifically, because coal was the energy engine of the world. Because the moment the steam engine was invented, the energy dynamic of the world changed to coal. So they set out with their naval armadas and colonized all countries with coal. Indonesia, China, India, British Columbia, where coal was available. What happened after some time? Energy dynamic with the invention of the diesel engine changed to fuel, fossil fuel. So what did these countries do? They immediately started walking away from these countries. Of course, they also had local serious challenges, whether it was India fighting for its own battle of independence. But where did they go? They colonized new areas. So West Asia, Middle East, North Africa. Why? Because that's where oil was. So remember these two things as infrastructure planners. Food and energy. We have now food, but we do not have fossil fuels. We've tried our best. We've done a lot of prospecting. Even new NELP rounds are on. But we don't have the amount of fossil fuel that we need. So we, as a policy response, will continue to push on electric. The Indian Railways is moving on electric. There's a reason for that, because we don't want to be dependent on a foreign energy source. We can be starved. So it is a policy response. I mean, green is good for us because it is anyway good for us. So do not think that, there is some, what should I say, a very bleeding heart purpose in going green. India has a policy of going green because otherwise we will have an energy issue, energy security issue. We are food secure, now we want to be energy secure. So it's a long time past and I was part of the government at that point of time. What was the whole thing about the nuclear deal? It basically, now we are saying we'll build small and modular reactors because now we can go around the world and get fuel for ourselves. The nuclear deal was that about, of making sure that we do not have any apartheid and we are broken and we are treated as a responsible nation that can have access to global fuel. Because we wanted to make nuclear energy, we understood. Our hydro potential is there, but the Himalayas are young mountains. You know what happened with Teri. You know what happens when the moment there's a problem in Uttarakhand. So our hydro potential has got a certain amount of thing that we can do. We can't go beyond that. We are exploring with Bhutan, we are exploring with Nepal. With Bhutan, we have a very good arrangement of 4 hydropower plants. But our long-term baseload power perhaps lies in energy. So that I'm bringing home to you. These are policy decisions that lie in the background on how the government is putting out this capital expenditure and asking this infrastructure to be created. Then ESG and green infrastructure. What is green? What is green? Can anybody what is the definition of green financing framework, green infrastructure? Haji? Least pollution. Okay, so let me give you an example. This is an industrial estate. This is an industrial state, Gujarat. So let's say that industry in Gujarat says that I am going to do what is called lights out manufacturing. I am going to sensor-based manufacturing, and I am going to remove all my employment, because now I can completely automate my plant. Because I will automate my plant, I now no longer need air conditioning. So I'm cutting down the air conditioning costs, saving 10 kilowatt hours of my load every day, and therefore I am green. No. I have removed my air conditioners. All work that was being done earlier is now automated. I don't need to air condition my factory. Since I am consuming less power, I am green. It should first and foremost, in the case of India, one fundamental point, this we have been driving again and again in policy. You cannot have job losses. If in India there is an action that causes a job loss, it is not green. What else the world may say? I've got the largest pool of youngsters to give jobs. So I am not going to build green infrastructure and define it to say it is only less in emission. Please be less in emission, but don't lose my jobs. Even if there is one job to be lost, the Ministry of Finance will define a green growth financing framework which will not accept. And this is again something a number of us are having conversations with our public sector banks. And as they are developing their green growth framework, we can't accept somebody else's definition of green policy, green infrastructure policy. So that is what I want to bring home to you. The infrastructure that we make comes out of basically what is the policy that India has. If there are 1 crore youngsters in the market every day, my green growth every year, looking for new jobs, my green growth framework cannot say that I will become green and not create jobs. At the very least, you can say I have decreased emission. I have not decreased even one job. I will agree. But I want a green growth framework which says I have decreased emission and also increased 10 jobs. Otherwise, it is not green for me. Otherwise, we'll have social problems here. So, and what I'm telling you is part of the embedded policy of the government of India. This is where I want you to be very alive about the nation, about the policies it is making, because it has impacts on infrastructure across. So, regulatory innovation. Today, when all your regulators look at infrastructure, how do they price it? Anybody done the pricing models? Capital asset pricing model they use. Which one? CAPM model. Capital asset pricing model. Okay, that CAPB is one, but basically you are based on the RAB model. You have to have a regulated asset base. So all base, that is all the infrastructure assets that are either fixed or rolling, they are treated as a regulated asset. The responsibility of the regulator is to make sure that the user and the investor both are looked after. If the investor doesn't have adequate return on investment, they will run away and the project will stop. And if the user doesn't find either value or too expensive, then also it will stop, because then they will not use it. So you have to walk that fine line. In that fine line, you take all regulated asset base that you have, price it, and then make sure that you provide an adequate rate of return, looking after the interest of the user. So this is an accepted model in India now. All electricity regulatory commissions in every state are following the RAB model. The tariff authority for major ports, which has now of course been changed in many measures, use that model. But is this model acceptable to me? I'm asking this question because should I not know as a measure of policy what you are putting into the building and going to charge me for it? Let me give you again an outrageous example. I build an airport for you, and as part of the airport design in the reception hall, I install some painting of some great artist for $100 million, and it becomes a regulated asset base. Then you are paying for it. You will be paying for it in every ticket. So we have not left this to just the regulator in that sense. The Airport Economic Regulatory Authority has a mandate as per policy to make sure that the assets that are being put in place are reasonable. We do not want unreasonable costs to be imposed. Like I discussed in the morning, infrastructure assets are long life, 30, 40, 50 years. So if somebody has invested at that cost, you and I and every Indian citizen is going to be faced with high cost infrastructure. And that is the cost of logistics. How are we going to compete in the global markets if I am paying high toll on the road or paying high for the use of the port? So Indian policy is different. Indian policy doesn't accept this as it is. Indian policy is evolving to say that I am a regulator of the infrastructure and I will ensure that the pricing and costing of the infrastructure is something that is reasonable for India. So there are many ways of looking at it. This is being formalized within policy, so I'm sort of telling you as these conversations are going on. One is, it should be accessible. It should be affordable. If I cannot access the infrastructure, it is no use. And then if I can access it and I can get on it, it is no use. Therefore, now you know why our Honorable Prime Minister has talked of the Ude Desh Ka Aam Aadmi Nagrik scheme. उड़ान, क्योंकि भाई अगर वो ये स्पेसेस पे आ जाएगा तो एयरपोर्ट की कॉस्ट जो है वो जहाज की टिकट से भी ज्यादा हो जाएगी. तो एज ए पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट इट हैज बीन मेड, आई वांट द आम नागरिक टू फ्लाई, and therefore the policy statement goes to the regulator, who then start pricing accordingly, and when he prices accordingly, the infrastructure gets built accordingly. So if I am an airport builder, I know कि अभी कल को मैं ये कॉस्ट लेके अगर रेगुलेटर के पास गया, भगा देगा मेरे को, बोलेगा ये नहीं चलेगा, the gold plating will not work. I want an asset that the Aam Aadmi can use. So again, I'm bringing home these points to you that this is how we move forward and make sure that the infrastructure that we build in India is based on policy. That policy drives what we need. We need growth, we need jobs, and we need all the infrastructure to be there at lesser cost. That's the kind of policies that go into whether it's TOD or renewable options. What about scrappage policy, by the way? Why did we have a scrappage policy? Anybody, why? You know there's a scrappage policy in place now. It is section 52A of the Motor Vehicles Act, in which all government authorities are mandated to scrap all diesel vehicles at 15 years of age, except if they are defense vehicles and some such those things that have been given. Why has that been given? So that we can reduce the carbon emission, because the old trucks are emitting more carbon. So supposing I go to a RTO, as it is called, the Regional Transport Office, and say, please check my tailpipe emissions, and they are less, then why am I scrapping it? There is no provision as yet. Matter is still in the Supreme Court. Please, all of you, again I'm telling you, please be aware entirely of your subject. Spend time on reading magazines, setting up Google alerts, and making sure you know your subject well. Article 52 is still in the Supreme Court. The NGT order has been challenged. 52 has been challenged, but it is still not decided by the Supreme Court. People have made this point, what you have said, but not decided as yet. Mandatorily at age 15 years, it has to be scrapped. Okay, I'll tell you why that order is there. Because there is a certain level of growth we have. Based on that certain level of growth, there is a certain amount of commercial vehicle demand we have. And if we don't scrap at around that time, then we will not have orders for our existing factories, our existing domestic commercial freight truck manufacturers. If we will not have orders for them, two things will happen. Jobs will be lost. We will be running with older technologies also. Maybe better technologies are available. So if you see the whole policy mix, when it starts looking at things, it looks at things differently. Supposing India was importing all the trucks, maybe this policy would never have been there. Why should I scrap a truck and import it from ABC country? But today, we are not importers, we are exporters of freight trucks. Daimler's freight truck manufacturing is in India. Even Daimler exports freight trucks from India. So for me to scrap a vehicle at 15 years of age is good policy. I provide demand for my truck companies. I make sure that they grow. I make sure that they remain in business. and at the same time have access to new technology that changes over a period of time. So again, I mean, I'm bringing home these examples to us because sometimes we don't see why this is there. We just skim the surface to understand. In all infrastructure, please remain completely linked to the needs of the people. The needs of the people in terms of access, in accessibility, in jobs, government's requirement for financing. Just remain in touch with that. Today, there are enough tools available to you. Make sure you read all the magazines. Make sure you subscribe to all the digital sources. Set up Google alerts for yourself and whatever you are specializing, because things are changing fast and you should remain completely up to date on what happened. So, what about the financing infrastructure? Is it a policy challenge for us or not? How much time do I have, by the way? I think we are running out of time. I don't know, stand between you and there's an award function or something. Let me try to go through quickly. So lot has said about, I was just at around 6 projects were shown to us, some remarkable thoughts from my younger friends here in the room, path-breaking thoughts and things like that. But there were some things sometimes that was said about, borrowing from this bank, that sources. There's no dearth of domestic finance in India. Indian sovereign risk rate at this point of time is around 6.8%. If you see what the RBI is borrowing from the domestic market, why will I buy in dollars at 8% and then hedge 6% and create a 14%? So if I bring in dollar investment today, I will build an infrastructure at 14%, and I will charge it to you and me. So the government has this policy challenge. There is money available outside to come in, but the government wants to say, we want domestic finance. So then, okay, how much fiscal deficit, how much debt to equity ratio, all those comes out of policy. And there's a 10-year plan, because if you see RBI issues bonds for 7-year, 5-year, 10-year bonds. You infrastructure planners have to be completely aware of all these issues. So be aware of the financing policy challenges that lie there. Sometimes I find people doing PPP and things like that confused between 2 simple words, funding and financing. Please go back and read these words carefully. What does it mean? Funding is not financing and financing is not funding. So the sources are different. Their returns are different. Their entire objective is different of what they want to do. So please understand the financing policy of India. I have already mentioned this about our strategic role and why we won't follow from others. But now, for the first time last year, by the way, the capex investment of states was more than central government last year, which is a very good sign. What does it tell the government? It tells the government the GST as an experiment has succeeded. The states have got money now to finance themselves. As long as they do it properly and they spend that money on assets that are serving the people and delivering returns and not just giving it away in social security schemes, which is also needed, but then that balance has to be struck. But at this point of time, it is the states that drive the execution. Land is a state subject, not a central government subject. Central government can order a program, but it may or may not happen because land is a state subject. Local capacity is a local issue when you design an infrastructure. Do I have MBAs? Do I have those people or not? In the morning, industry was telling me. A friend from AMD was telling us, how do I come in Baroda? Because how do I invest? Because I don't know whether there are people here or not. I can find them in Bangalore, but I'm not able to find them here. So be aware when you're planning that infrastructure. Do I have the capacity that I need to build it? Do I have the capacity that I need to maintain it? Look at all those things. So whatever policy that we adopt and whatever policy that we are in touch with, India makes sure that the policy works for itself. We can learn from global examples, we can learn from best practices, but our case is unique. We have a different story. I also want to tell you that in some senses we are a child of the end of the Second World War. That is where the whole world changed. League of Nations went away, the United Nations came in place, a new way of looking at the international order came in place. All the treaties that we have, and I hope you are again reading the road treaties, the IMO, the UNICLOS, because they determine how we make our infrastructure, because we are signatories to those treaties. So at the end of the Second World War in 45, 47, 50, large number of nations became independent. in Asia, in Africa, some in Latin America. It is our sense of pride that we are head and shoulders above anybody in the last 70 years who started out a new story of a new state. The reason for that is because we make our policy which is adaptive, coordinated, inclusive, and sustainable to ourselves. We learn from the rest of the world, but we are not led by them. So build that into your mental framework as you go forward. So build a infrastructure for climate resilient digital infrastructure future and all that, but not because somebody else is telling you, because we need it. We need jobs. We need to be energy secure. It is in our interest to do all those good things that we are doing, and we will continue to do that. We need jobs, and we need energy policy, and we need all those securities that are put in place. And so reimagine infrastructure as a service, not just an asset. Why I am saying this is important, because in all financial models, if it's treated as an asset, then people try to bleed balance sheets. Okay, this is important. And I want to put it again because you are all very important people who are going to be part of the infrastructure story. What happened in real estate over the last 20 years? We all know everybody suffered, paisa le liya, ghar nahi diya, all kind of things happened. Supreme Court mein case, all kind of resolution professionals and NCLAT and IBC and bankruptcy dealings were filed. Why? Because the house was not perceived as a service to a customer. It was perceived as an asset to be bled. So when money was not being made, people bled their balance sheets. How do you bleed a balance sheet? Agar 10 bori cement lagana to 9 bori lagaya. All kind of things started happening. And therefore, we as Indians will not be able to build infrastructure with that perspective. This is not the need of the hour. So when you as young people look at infrastructure, look at the people it is going to serve and provide it as a service to them. This is a concept that has come around anyway. For example, you own a road, you go on the road, you own it. Na? You pay toll, that is, it is as a service, so you are owning the road as a service. Software as a service, Microsoft has moved on. So just, I thought, let me end this by giving this perspective to you, that please make sure that you are in sync with India's own policy. India does not bow down to anybody. We are very polite. We listen to everybody and absorb the best. But we do those policies that work for us, not for anybody else. And please be aware of our development challenges of faster growth and of providing jobs for our youth, and design and build an infrastructure accordingly. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you for so much time.
Your words and presence were a gift to us. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. Now, it's a humble request to all our esteemed guests to join us for a group photo to capture this wonderful moment.
प्रोजेक्टर बंद कर दो बरोबर ऊपर कर रहे हैं फिर इस बार अवार्ड सेरेमनी अवार्ड सेरेमनी फिर नीचे की तरफ क्या हुआ यहाँ भी करेंगे Parola. Thank you.
it's time for one of our most awaited moments, the prize distribution ceremony for Ojasya, GSV's annual sports fest. I would like to request Shri Davendra Sandhu to kindly join us presenting the awards. I would like to request Major General R.S. Godara to kindly join us in presenting the awards.
Same.
First, discus throw, where strength and technique are the key. For male discus throw, third place goes to Pratyush Rai. Second place goes to Anish Kumar. And first place winner is Prateek Prasoon. For the female discus throw, third place we have Sanvi Pandey. Second place goes to Prerna Priya. And the first place is conquered by Kiranmay. For the male long jump, in the third place, we have Rohit Kumar Gehlot. Second place, we have Aniket Yadav. And soaring in the first place, we have Abhiram Krishnan. For the female long jump, in third place, we have Ayushi Maurya. Second place goes to Prerna Priya. And taking the top spot, in the first place, we have Shrishti Agrahari. And now we have the strategic battle of mind, chess. In the male group, in the third place, we have Shivam Kumar Singh. In second place, we have Sambhav Verma. In the first place, we have Rishabh Bisht. In the female group, the third place, Leher Gupta. Second place goes to Amisha Singh. And the first place is bagged by Anusha Sharma. Let's move on to 1500 meter men's category. Third position goes to Siddharth. Second position goes to Shivam Kumar Singh. And finally the winner, Devesh Tripathi. Next category, 1500 meter women's category. Bronze goes to Anushka Roy. Silver medal goes to Mrunal. Gold medal goes to Shrishti Agrahari. Let's move on to next category, 800 meter men's category. Securing third place, Vinay Chaurasia. Second position goes to Siddharth. First position goes to Devesh Tripathi. Let's move on to next category, 800 meter women category. And the first is Devesh Tripathi. Let's move on to next category, 800 meter women category. Securing third place, Dhanya. The runner-up is Prerna Priya. The winner, Srishti. Next sport, Carom, men's double. Third position goes to Swayam and Pradyuman. Gulshan and Pranav. And the first position goes to Prateek Prasoon and Shivam Kumar Singh. For the next category, women's double, bronze goes to Arunima and Tanishka.
तीनों साथ बोलने को बोल रहे लोग.
Silver goes to Inika and Prerna. And gold goes to Kiranmai and Pranati. Next category, Carom single, men's category. Third position goes to Vikas Kumar Hindustani. Second, Swayam Swaroop. And the winner, Prateek Prasoon. Next we have Carom single, women category. Third place, Tanishka. Runner-up, Mrunal. And for the first position, we have Inika. Let's move on to next category, Carom mixed double. Third place, Ananya and Ayush. The runner-up, Swayam and Arunima. And the winners are Prateek Prasoon and Kiranmay. And now, let's move on to the team events. First up, we have badminton. The runner-up title is claimed by Tejas Tiger, captained by Ashutosh Singh, accompanied by his team Priyanka Pokharia, Shravanti, Mrunal, Raghu Dev, Harsha Vardhan, Srijan Aditya, Abhishek Karadia, and Prabhu. Emerging victorious in this event, the winners are Duranto Bulls. Under the leadership of Nandan Soni, the team consists of Rupesh Kumar, Ayush Aditya, Sneha Gupta, Rishita Saswade, Anusha Sharma, Hardik Singh, Swarn, and Athar Desai. Duranto Bulls. Congratulations to all the winners. Next up, we have basketball. Scoring the runner-up position, we have Duranto Bulls, led by Vishal Kumar, who played exceptionally well alongside his team. Roshan Kumar, Ayush Aditya, Karri Komal Rao, Sujay Prakash, Kshitij Ravindra, Riddhi Kumari, Prajapati Tirth, Rohan Mane, and Harshit Daksh. Taking home the championship title, the winners are Rajdhani Eagles, captained by Chakradhar. Team members are Nimala Manikan, Predna Priya, Vikas Yadav, Sanvi Pandey, Rohit, Ullas Vardhan, Sumit Kumar, Aditya Pratap Raghuvanshi, and Utkarsh Singh. Now we move on to cricket. Finishing as the runner-up, we have Duranto Bulls, captained by Shrey Dikshit, who put a strong side along his team. Hardik Singh, Gulshan Kumar, Ayush Kumar Singh, Nitish Bhardwaj, Shashikant, Devanshu Raj, Sumit Kumar, Rupesh Kumar, Abhishek, Harshit Daksh, Anish Kumar, Swapnil Madhesia, and Abhay Sahu. Displaying outstanding teamwork and determination, the winners of cricket are Tejas Tiger, led by Mohit Srivastav, featuring Abhiram Krishnan, Abhishek Karadia, Sri Krishna Pandey, Pranav Chaudhary, Dhruv Singh, Shivam Sharma, Vishal Rai, Pankaj Nagar, Ishan, Hemant Saini, Raghu Dev, Pratyush Rai, and Amit Kumar Bhagel. Finally, we have table tennis. The runner-up spot goes to Rajdhani Eagles under the captainship of Shivam Gangwar, accompanied by his talented team Yashvi Ramina, Aditya Prabhakaran, Aditya Acharya, Rahul Panwar, Tushar Singh, Mani Singh, and Kiranmai Barala. Securing the first place, the winners of table tennis are Shatabdi Stallions, led by Aditya Kumar Rai, and his team members are Shivam Kumar Singh, Shivanand, Abhishek Kumar Jha, Senthan Mandal, Pratiksha Jagtap, Leher Gupta, Ayushi Maurya, and Harsh Sharma. I would like to thank all our chief guests for honoring our students. A huge congratulations to all the winners for participating in Ojasya and making it a grand success. Your hard work, dedication, and sporting spirit have truly made this event mesmerizing. And now it's time for a short tea break. The snacks will be served outside Sabagre. We request everyone to gather back by 5:50 p.m. sharp, as we have a spectacular cultural event lined up post the break. You surely don't want to miss it. It's going to be an evening full of music, dance, and unforgettable performances. One more announcement. All those who are interested in a session or resume building can interact with DB representatives at the DB exhibition outside. Thank you all.
Wow!
हेलो 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 हेलो
इसका थोड़ा कम रखो ये दोनों
हेलो 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 हाँ ठीक है हेलो 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 हाँ ये सही हेलो 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 हेलो
आराम से गाने
हेलो हेलो
Wow! What a graceful performance. Thank you, Nitya, for starting the evening on such a beautiful note. Next up, get ready to vibe with Malhar, the music club, as they perform stunning medley of songs and exciting mashup. A big round of applause for Malhar!
हेलो हेलो कदम रखा कॉलेज में जब यार सपनों की दुनिया लगी शानदार नई दोस्ती नए अफसाने नई जिंदगी को खुशी से लगे अपनाने क्लास में बैठे तो थे मगर ध्यान था भटका देखते ही देखते पता नहीं कब एग्जाम आ टपका रातों को जाग जाग कर नोट्स बनाए टॉपिक्स गिनते गिनते रट्टे भी लगाए पर एग्जाम में कुछ भी काम ना आया क्योंकि दिन भर बैठ के सिर्फ रील्स ही चलाया पढ़ाई के अलावा भी सपने बहुत सजाए हैं चांद से तारों से गाने भी लिखवाए हैं वो जैसा फिल्मों में होता है ना हाँ वैसे ही दिल की बगिया में फूल भी खिलवाए हैं
pampara, zubidubi param pam. Zubidubi nache kyun pagal stupid man.
Zubidubi pampara, zubidubi parampa. Zubidubi nache kyun pagal stupid man.
शाखों पे पत्ते गा रहे हैं, फूलों पे भंवरे गा रहे, दीवानी किरणें गा
रही है ये पंछी गा रहे।
वो बगिया में दो फूलों की हो रही है गुफ्तगू, जैसा फिल्मों में होता है हो रहा है हूबहू।
आई 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 zubidubi pampara, zubidubi parampa.
Zubidubi नाचे क्यों पागल stupid man. Zubidubi pampara, zubidubi parampa. Zubidubi नाचे क्यों पागल stupid man. जैसा फिल्मों में होता है हो रहा है हूबहू। Zubidubi नाचे क्यों पागल stupid man. Zubidubi pampara, zubidubi parampa. Zubidubi नाचे क्यों पागल stupid man. अंबर का चांद जमीन पर इतरा के गा रहा, एक टिम टिम टूटा तारा इठला के गा रहा। जैसा फिल्मों में होता है हो रहा है हूबहू। Zubidubi pampara, zubidubi parampa. Zubidubi nache kyun pagal stupid man. Zubidubi pampara, zubidubi parampa. Zubidubi nache kyun pagal stupid man.
Zubidubi pagal stupid man. Zubidubi pampara,
Pagal stupid man. Hello.
हेलो
हेलो
लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा यारो जो खुद में हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हसी तुझे कल बुलाए कल बुलाएगा है जुनू सा सीने में है जुनू सा सीने में ना 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 सजे सारे हम ही हम जहां में हर जगह सपने सजाने की हमको मिली वजह कहीं जैसे कोई धुन बजे राहों में देखो है मंजिल सजे सारे हम ही हम जहां में हर जगह सपने सजाने की हमको मिली वजह ये अगर जो सच नहीं तो सच भला है क्या यारों अपने हिसाब से दिल की किताब पे कुछ तो नया लिखो यारों नहीं अगर ना करती ये उम्र फिर क्यों भला डरो है जुनू सीने में है जुनू सा सीने में ना 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 ना
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Start.
कृतक झुंथा धी धा कृतक झुंथा धी धा कृतक झुंथा धी धा
Club isn't the best place to find love, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, thinking fast and we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I give it a chance. Now take my hands up on the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. Now I'm singing like dum ta na de re na, gama gama ma gama pa ma ga sa ni sa, da na de re na, gama gama ma gama pa ma ga sa ni sa, da na de re na, gama gama ma gama pa ma ga sa ni sa. Come and now follow my lead, come and now follow my lead. Ta ta ta. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room. Now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love. और उठया खुदा खुदा मैंने लिया लिया तेरा नाम हजारा बारी. दिल मेरा हुआ तेरा तू है नशा नशानी में जान तेरे तो बारी. मेरे खुद से बड़ी दूरी बस तेरी है जी हजूरी. जमाना क्या ही समझेगा दिल गवाना क्यों जरूरी.
नैना दा कहना नी असी तेरा मुखड़ा देखते रहना नी तू ते मेरी है ना इश्क दे इधर ने रुतो लेना नी नैना दा कहना नी असी तेरा मुखड़ा देखते रहना नी तू ते मेरी है ना इश्क दे इधर ने रुतो लेना नी ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए
Nini pama pa nini pama pa gari sani.
ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए pani sa sa pani sa sa pani sa sa ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए
Nini pama pa gari sani.
ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए pani sa sa pani sa sa pani sa sa ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए नैना दा कहना ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए नैना दा कहना ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए ओ आए I'm in love with the shape of you.
was electrifying. Thank you, Malhar, for high energy performance. And now it's time to switch gears and bring some serious swag to the dice. Get ready for a power-packed hip-hop performance by Nitya, the dance club again. Let's cheer them on. Incredible energy. Thank you, Nitya, for setting the stage on fire. But wait, the night is far from over. It's time to take the excitement to the next level. Any guesses? And here we have the electrifying DJ night. So get ready to hit the dance floor, get your dance shoes ready, and gather your friends and make some unforgettable memory. The DJ starts from 7:40 and the dinner will be served in parallel up to 10:30.